To the special council meeting for January 23rd, 2017. I'd like to reconvene the special council meeting, and I'd like to have the introduction of late items, please. Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tonight we are adding agenda item 7A, report amendment to general election bylaw 2011, number 7129. We're adding item 7B, a verbal update on Event Center. Adding Simca Marshall, Chair of the BC Federation of Students, to agenda item 14A. And I believe that there's a councillor that has a late item too.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to request a late delegation for item 8A, a Partners in Parks request. I'm sorry, I don't have the name. Colleen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Councillor Kipp received a late delegation request, and I'll ask for it on his behalf for Mr. Tim McGrath as it relates to, I'm not sure where it is here, my apologies, 13B, I think. Yes, 13B.
13B. What is 13B, Councillor?
Regarding the DNB delegation of DNBIA.
Okay, I'm showing that as 14.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Mine
it
says
has
13.
been renumbered, Your Worship. So on Councillor Bestwick's, it does say 13, but it is now 14.
Okay, thank you.
And 14 is delegations not related to a report on council. So I would recommend Mr. McGrath be his own delegation, not related to a report on council.
Okay, so he would be 14E then?
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Worship.
Are there any other council? Seeing none, could we have a motion for the for adopting the agenda as amended, please? Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Can we have a motion for the adoption of the minutes for December 12th, please? Moved by Councillor Thorpe and seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Presentations, none. And under the, we've got two items. First off, I wanted to say, I've got two items with respect to the Mayor's report. And the first one, of course, is an opening statement with respect to council meeting decorum. A meeting of council is intended to be a place where democracy can freely take place in a respectful and safe manner. The council chambers is a workplace, and there are considerations council and staff must make to ensure that a safe work environment exists. Each councillor brings to the meeting their own individual personalities, attributes, abilities, and values. Each member of council is required to be respectful, not interrupt or disrupt another member of council, staff, or the public when they do not have the floor. Important attributes of the mayor and councillors include being fair and reasonable, objective and impartial, firm but friendly, confident but considerate, tactful and courteous, and confining discussion to within the scope of the meeting and within reasonable limits of the time. Therefore, there will be no cheering, jeering, or other outbursts from the gallery to ensure that anyone speaking, whether it be a delegation, member of council, or staff, is not interrupted and do so freely without fear of ridicule. The microphones of anyone that is being inappropriate, or has exceeded their time limit will be cut off. If there are any outbursts by any person in the gallery, they'll be asked to stop, and if they do not comply, they'll be asked to leave. A recess is another tool that we may use in order to reset the environment of the council chambers. And it is our belief that everyone is respectful of these basic considerations. This meeting and future meetings will be more effective in furthering the business of the City of Nanaimo. We have an announcement to make under the Mayor's report, and that is, as many residents are aware, over the past several months, Council has held a number of meetings, both publicly and in camera, concerning the feasibility of designing and constructing the proposed event center in downtown Nanaimo. During each of these meetings, a range of reports and presentations containing details about the proposed project have been shared, following which Council have reviewed the findings has requested additional information. Tonight, I wish to report that Council has finished reviewing the information supplied on two preferred site locations: the Howard Johnson site at 1 Terminal Avenue and the 1 Port Drive site, and has determined that 1 Port Drive is the best location for the proposed event center. Key reasons leading to this decision are: 1, the cost of acquisition and construction were estimated to be much higher for the Howard Johnson site. These costs included land purchase, building demolition, site contamination, and access. Of the two sites, the 1 Port Drive site supports better technical analysis, including knowledge of geotechnical issues and transportation requirements. And finally, because the construction of this proposed facility requires borrowing, and because money can only be borrowed with public support via a referendum, Council determined that 1 Port Drive offered the greatest certainty on which to base financial decisions surrounding the cost to design, construct, and operate. The idea of building an event center in Nanaimo is not new. For many years, the topic has been discussed and ideas have been proposed. Last summer, Council committed to exploring the possibility of building an event center when it announced the idea as one of its strategic capital projects. Since then, a number of steps have been taken to explore the viability of this project, including consultation with the public, which began last fall and will continue in the month ahead. Meetings with our neighbors, the Nanaimo First Nations, have also been ongoing for several months, and I and Council will continue to reach out to them throughout the process. We recognize the significance of this site, along with the significance of others. Nanaimo's involvement throughout this project is critical, and discussions with them will certainly continue. Thank you. So the first item of business is the amendment to the General Election Bylaw number 2011 at number 7129, and the purpose is to introduce and give 3 readings of an amendment to the General Election Bylaw number 2011 number 7129. There's a recommendation on page 3, and Ms. Curry is going to introduce the item, and there's going to be a couple of slides on it.
Thank you, Your Worship. The bylaw this evening that you're going to be giving 3 readings to, hopefully, is a bylaw to amend the election bylaw to provide for the registration of electors at the time of assent voting. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to answer some questions that might arise from that. Frequently asked questions that I wanted to provide answers to the public to. So he's just getting it on there for me. So if you are not already on the list of electors, you may register at the time of voting by completing the required application form available at the voting place. Anyone meeting the following qualifications may register to vote, and this will be set out and available on our website. It already is, actually. What you should bring to register: in order to register, resident electors must produce 2 pieces of identification, at least one with a signature. Picture identification is not necessary, and the identification must prove both residency and identity. If you own a property in Nanaimo but do not live there, you may register as a non-resident property elector. You must produce 2 pieces of identification, at least one with a signature, to prove identity, proof that they are entitled to register in relation to the property, and if there is more than one owner, written consent from the majority of property owners. So if you own it with somebody else, only one of you can vote. There's also opportunities to do mail-in voting. If you are not going to be in town for either of the advanced voting days that we will be having or the actual voting day, you can apply to mail in your ballot, and their applications are available for that as well. You must just have a physical disability, illness, or injury that affects their ability to vote at another voting opportunity and or expect to be away from voting jurisdiction on non-election assent voting day. March 11th, 2017 is the presumed date at the times of all advanced voting opportunities on March 1st and March 8th, 2017. And if you aren't registered and currently on the voters list and want to vote by mail, you can again register along with your mail ballot. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, through you to staff. Where will the voting locations be? Is this going to be the same as what we have in general election? Have we decided the actual locations yet?
We are working on getting the bookings, and yes, we are looking at having the same amount of voting places and as many of the same locations as we had in the 2014 general election.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Councillor Thorpe. First 3 readings to the general election bylaw.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the recommendation that Council give first 3 readings to General Election Amendment Bylaw 2017, number 7129.02, to amend the bylaw to provide for the registration of electors at the time of assent voting. General Election Bylaw 2011, number 7129.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hong. Requirement for all, Sari Adam? Or could it? Yes. Okay, so you're asking for first reading.
Yes, I am, please.
Okay. I don't see any questions. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And I'll move recommendation for second reading that Council give 3 readings to General Election Amendment Bylaw 2017, number 7129.02, to amend the bylaw to provide for the registration of electors at the time of assent voting. That's second reading.
Thank you. And is there a seconder? Councillor Hong again. Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And I'll move the recommendation that Council give first 3 readings to General Election Amendment Bylaw 2017, number 7129.02, to amend the bylaw to provide for the registration of electors at the time of assent voting for 3rd reading.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Hong, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Brennan, were you opposed? No. Okay, thank you. All those in favor again? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll be doing adoption at our next meeting, and if we could have Ms. Gurry explain what when our next meeting will be scheduled.
Thank you, Your Worship. You've called a special meeting on Wednesday at 5 p.m. here at the Conference Center. Is that what you're speaking about?
Correct.
Yes, so there'll be a special meeting here on Wednesday at 5 p.m., and it will be to adopt this bylaw that you just gave 3 readings to. It will also be to give 3 readings to the borrowing bylaw and for Council to approve the question. And this is because we want to get this out to the public as soon as possible. There's been a desire to get it out, and it was ready sooner than we thought it would be, so we would like this to get out as soon as possible.
And it's going to be in this room. And something different about that evening is that people will be permitted to come up as a delegation. They can sign up at the beginning of the meeting. There's no requirement to sign up ahead of time as a delegation.
That's correct. We'll have sign up to be, if you want to speak to the proposed question for approval and or the 3 readings to the borrowing bylaw, you can sign up here at the meeting.
Thank you very much.
And it will be posted on the agenda on the website tomorrow.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Next item, verbal update on the Event Center. Mr. Cooper.
Council and Mayor McKay. So tonight I'm going to give a quick update on the engagement process that's underway. And if you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them. So the main item I wish to highlight are the upcoming open house events. These are scheduled primarily through the month of February, and they'll be held on a variety of days and dates and locations around Nanaimo. There's a total of 6. One of the pieces of feedback we had through the engagement back in November and December was the same day and the same location over and over. So we tried to break that up by visiting different parts of the community and making staff and members of council who are there available to answer questions and speak to this project. In addition to the open house events, we have a number of tools we'll be using to keep the public informed on both the open houses themselves as well as the referendum, and then in addition to that, information on the proposed event center. So there's a newsletter going out to all households in early February. There's a referendum flyer also to all households in mid-February. We'll be advertising in local newspapers for both the referendum and the open houses. Tune into the radio, social media posts, and our website. And it's important to mention all of these different tools because one of the great pieces of feedback that I encountered during the sessions in November and December was a lot of people don't tune in. They haven't got access to one thing or another, and many were actually quite surprised to hear that these events were taking place. So we have to use as many different channels and tools to reach out to try and capture that knowledge base if we're having these events, and we wish to speak to people who have questions. And Sheila just went through this on Wednesday this week, starting at 5 p.m. here at the VICC. There'll be 3 readings of the borrowing bylaw and approval of the referendum question. And on the question of questions, did you have any for me?
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Cooper. With regards to getting this information out, I know that we talk about radio ads. What specific radio stations will you be advertising on, and what is the traditional way of doing it?
We typically advertise on the Wave and the Wolf.
So how come CHLY is never advertised?
That's our local
Community radio
community.
station, VIU.
Well, we certainly could use them. That's certainly an option. We try and get the biggest bang for our buck by going with the largest broadcasters, but they've certainly partnered up with us in the past, and I can certainly speak to them on this initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I just want to add to what Councillor Hong said. I think it's really important that we use Chile because I think that they have a different demographic, and we may not capture that demographic using more traditional radio stations. So I would urge you to make sure they're included. Thank you.
All right. I'll reach out to them tomorrow.
Thank you. I see no other further speakers. Thank you. Motion to receive the delegation, the presentation, pardon me. Moved and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So the next item is Partners in Parks. And I understand we have a late delegation that wishes to speak to that. The purpose is to provide council with background on the Lindley Valley Drive Park Partners in Parks PIP program request for consideration and approval. Please. Thank you. Pardon me? Thank you. If we can have your name and
Sure.
city of residence, please.
Sure. My name is Colleen Burkhausen, and I live in Nanaimo, BC. And I have 2 fellow presenters. We're going to present together. Do you want their names and city of residence at this point, too?
Okay. If you got 3, remember you got 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be quick.
Okay. Thank you.
Chris McNeil, also from Nanaimo.
And Jennifer Kemp from Nanaimo as well.
Thank you.
Great. So up on the screen there, in the little loop, the center, that's our proposed park location. So our group has been established with the Partners in Parks program. We're a committee of neighbors in that residential development, and we're all volunteers. We're here tonight to ask for a grant of $35,000, as well as a proposed name change. So, pardon me, the park was initially given a name, Lindley Valley Drive Park, and just to create some distinction from the neighboring Lindley Valley Park, we've opted to propose a name change of Lindley Point, Gyro Park. We have partnered with the Gyro Club, who are here tonight to support our proposal as well.
So as you can see in the photo, the site is located within the Lindley Point subdivision. It's positioned between Rutherford Road and Lindley Valley Drive. It's located within one of the fastest growing community residence neighborhoods in Nanaimo. Very popular by outdoor enthusiasts from all around. The unique thing about this location It's so easily accessible from Rutherford Road. You have the existing trail network right there. It's a major access point to Lindley Valley Park itself. So we feel that it's not going to only benefit the local residents, it's also going to benefit the larger community of Nanaimo as a whole. Our vision for the park is first and foremost to start off with some landscaping to remove the invasive species that currently exist at the site. The site has an abundance of Scotch broom that's currently there, so that's our first step of action. Secondly, plant some shade trees, have a significant grass area to allow for open play, playground structures, sports court, covered sitting area. Our goal is to cater to not just one demographic, but to make it fully inclusive to all ages and all user groups. If you flip your page there, why a park? Well, the community support's been overwhelming from day one. We had, at our initial meeting, we had 44 people, local residents attend, all of which were in favor of a park at this site. Last summer, we hosted a barbecue, 80 people attended. Momentum continued to grow, good questions were being asked, suggestions were given. At the end of the day, we raised $500 towards the park. It'll be an excellent place for neighbors to meet, get to know one another. The sheltered area will be great for barbecues, birthdays, family functions, ultimately growing a tighter-knit community. In doing so, this will promote a safe place for kids to play and a safer place to raise your kids, and knowing that neighbors are looking out for one another. Ultimately, promote health and physical activity between kids and adults, gets them outside, gets them away from screen time, encourages creative play, and lets kids to be kids and adults to be kids.
To speak a little bit on the financial proposal we have broken down here, what we're asking for the city is just for a portion of it to go towards the playground equipment. We already have support from the Gyro Club. My family is going to put money towards a covered play area or picnic area, and we see it as kind of a legacy, something that we can pass on for generations, not just for our neighborhood, the Georgia View neighborhood, Alta Vista, the Kenville area, Sunshine Ridge. It'll be accessible to all those neighborhoods. A lot of those people walk through our area already. It's an outdoor area for hiking and stuff. And the age benefit as well, too, not just a playground for little kids and preschool and stuff, but teenagers. Gives them a place to go with the sport court component there, and as well like the birthday parties and things in the covered area. We have some in-kind fundraising that VIU is proposing, and we already have people coming together doing door knocking, bringing people together. Just this process alone has already created a real sense of community collaboration, and we look forward to moving forward with it. Thank you.
So the last slide of our presentation there is just to summarize why we're here. So $35,000 is a portion of our $90,000 budget for the park, and just the name change. So the momentum and the community support that we've experienced to date has been overwhelming, and like I said, the Gyros have come on board, and they've been a huge support, and we're just excited to move forward as quickly as we can and build on that momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegations? Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Have you read the staff report?
Yes.
Because you're asking 35,
Yeah.
but they're recommending 30.
Yes.
So if we give you 30, how does that work? Would that work?
How
I
would
guess
that
is the
work?
question.
We would have to fundraise an additional $5,000.
Okay, because
through
I
our
was
process.
yeah, because I was just thinking if this is going to your park or in the playground equipment, if you don't get the 35, that you're not gonna get
Yeah.
playground equipment. So
Yeah.
I just didn't know because it didn't have because I didn't know if
Yeah.
you saw theirs or you were after because there was no contingency on 30 as opposed to 35.
Our ask has always been 35. It was actually originally 40,000, and our overall budget was originally 100,000. We whittled that down to 90,000 and a $35,000 ask. There was a bit of a miscommunication, and it ended up getting on the meeting minutes as 30,000, but our ask has always been 35.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I don't have a question. I just want to thank you for taking this kind of initiative in your neighborhood. It's always welcome when people get together and do this kind of work in partnership with us. We appreciate it, and I appreciate the work that you do and all of your neighbors, and the Gyro Club.
Yeah.
What a bonus.
Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. I'm definitely, when it comes forward, first of all, I'd like to thank you three for your presentation, and definitely going to be in support of this request, and probably the 35 for myself if it gets to that conversation. And I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Camp in the crowd this evening and the family for donating $10K to a wonderful initiative. Thank you. And if it goes through, I look forward to the sports court there coming down there and throwing down some dunks. I'm kidding, I can't dunk, but I can't dunk, by the way. But anyways, just want to thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have no further questions. Motion to receive the delegation, please. Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Pratt. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Mr. Harding, did you want to add anything to that? You're on.
I'm on. Thank you, Your Worship. No, nothing to add other than this is just so for those watching and maybe some councillors who don't know some of the history. This program goes back to the mid '80s when council made a policy that all neighborhood parks get worked, don't get built. We keep them vacant until such time as we work with the neighborhood exactly how it's been presented tonight. So council's done this well over 100 of these over the years, and it's been a great program. It really shows the community involvement, and we've many over the years, and as you see the contributions that come out, we find that at this time one of the things that we do is we're not building what we think the community wants, we're building exactly what the community wants, and to the level that the community wants. And also groups have come into maintenance after this, all sorts of different renditions. You'll see a variety of them as you look out the community. So just a little bit of background on the park program.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brennan?
Thank you. This is a question through you for Mr. Harding. So the delegation told us that the minutes recorded a $30,000 request, but in fact it should have read $35,000 request. Was the $30,000 recommendation that you made or the staff made based on those minutes? Could the budget accommodate $35,000? Can you give me a little idea about that?
Yeah, staff recommendation is 30, and the only reason we're doing that is it's a first come first served budget, the volunteer and park budget. It's typically every year it's 100,000. This year we only have the 50,000 in. We know there's other groups that will come through, so the issue here is just trying to divvy it up a bit. Also, with the idea that possibly the group could come for a phase 2 at another time. But so the 30,000. But if council desires they want to go 35, the funds are there. It was just the next group coming in. We may need to prolong their project, but it is a project that's always been a first come first serve.
Two questions arising out of your answer, if I may. You indicated that the budget had formerly been $100,000 a year. Now it's 50. How did that occur? Was that a council direction?
Yeah, a number of aspects. 50,000 was put aside this year for public art, parks and art and public art in parks to enhance that. There was an initiative I think council's heard a lot that we want to increase public art in parks. This was a funding source that could be used for that. So that was the issue. We do have 18,000 carried forward from last year, so the budget is 68.
And so was that $18,000 left over from a $100,000 budget? So was the uptake that much last year?
Yes.
So are we expecting that the uptake is going to be similar to last year and that we are not going to be able to accommodate, and so we have to be more cautious and careful with our expenditures?
That's staff's, what we're trying to do is we do see 2 other parks coming forward this year. They're not ready yet. They may not be ready right away, so we'll see how that goes. But again, if council decides to do 35, it's a great project. As the delegation mentioned, we took this park when the development happened in anticipation of a park exactly like this when the community was ready, and everything the delegation mentioned about the catchment area and the support. It's not close to other playgrounds and not close to a school, so it'll definitely be a well-used playground.
One last one. If an organization in wanting to improve their park or construct their park used playground equipment, a piece of art like the crab down at the Suialana, where would you take that from? Would that be art or would that be playground equipment?
It would depend on what the equipment, what the piece is.
So it'd be a bit of a-
we modified the crab, for example, to be a playground piece of equipment. After we took it, we had to modify it so it could be safe and used.
So
we
it could
definitely
be
used it.
it could be a fluid definition then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And as the budget, although council's received the budget, you can still change that. If, and you know, the Director of Finance has mentioned, you know, so those are also holding off in case you want to change. You want to change the public art funding, or you want to change this funding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presenters, succinct, precise, organized, well-constructed, and shovel-ready in terms of engagement with Vancouver Island University, in terms of engagement with private donators, and a site plan and the work that you have done raising monies on your own and continuing to do so. When I read the report, it indicates that we did have an 18,000 plus carryover from 2016, which gives us that $68,000 plus budget for this year. And when it gets time for the motion, I will speak more on that as it relates to the recommendation. I'm quite comfortable with number 2, the name change. And number 1, I'll be quite comfortable to speak to the original request. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, first of all, congratulations to the presenters and the neighborhood volunteers that have put this proposal together. I did attend the very first organizational meeting, and I know it has been a project which has taken a lot of work and has come together beautifully with a lot of consensus among the neighbors of what they would like to see on that site. I'm certainly going to support the recommendation. My only concern is the fact that the Partners in Parks program, as Mr. Harding has indicated, is very popular, and we traditionally get several applications during a calendar year. So having a reduced budget this year is a concern for me, and I think that's the subject for another discussion. But this is a very worthwhile project, and I'm pleased to see the amount of volunteer hours and in-kind funding and donations and the partnership with the Gyro Club that the neighborhood has organized. They've obviously got their act together. And again, as Mr. Harding pointed out, we don't do neighborhood parks unless we work in partnership with a neighborhood. So the neighborhood is driving this. This is what they want, and we are, I think, in a good position to support them. So I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. I have no problem making a motion with a staff recommendation, but I would like to, with the original request of 35, just make an amendment to the report to 35K and also the name change. And then my quick comment would be I'm really happy with the good decision we made about a year ago or so to take that possible roadway through there. When you make good decisions, good results like this. When we turned that possible road into a great idea like this. Thank you. So I'd like to make that motion.
So moved by Councillor Yoakum, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Do either one of you have any issue doing them seriatim?
No. But I want to make sure for 35K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got that. Great. Thank you. Any other speakers to the question that's now on the floor? The motion is on the floor. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I would just like to say that I am very much in favor of this proposal. And I love it when people are really able to leverage funding and go out there in the community. And when the community knows that the city is behind it, oftentimes it's easier to find generous people to support you as well, aside from the enthusiasm of the neighborhood, which is pretty wonderful. The Partners in Parks program is, to me, one of those really wonderful things, very positive things that the community does. and that the city does. And I'm very proud of that program and very proud of all of the citizens that have taken advantage of it, because it's not an easy road to take advantage of this. It requires a tremendous amount of hard work and a lot of volunteerism. So good on you for doing what you've done. I love your proposal, and I'm more than willing to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I think the Parks Partners in Park program is a great one. If I'm not mistaken, traditionally we do 50% matching. That's about the typical number, if I recall correctly, roughly around that number. So, and I see that there is a two-phase project here. So, and they haven't asked for any money in the second phase. I'd be a lot more comfortable with $30,000 in the first stage, equaling it to $60,000, and them coming back in the second stage when they're ready for stage 2, and requesting the balance of that money for other projects, so other parks that are coming up have the ability to get this. And if this takes a year, they can come back in 2018 for phase 2 and ask for money. I think it's a worthwhile project. Just to be fair to everybody else that potentially might come up, I think is what Mr. Harding has said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, I'm going to support the 35,000, and I will also support the name change when that comes up. I'm going to support the 35,000, but I am also going to make a notice of motion at the end of this meeting that we increase our Partners in the Park budget back to $100,000. I don't think this is the place to cut costs or cut services to people in neighborhoods. So that's why I will support 35. It's because my intention is to attempt to make that whole again.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion as its seconder. We have an 18,000 plus carryover from the previous year. So of the $100,000, 80,000 to 82,000, 81,000 plus was spent. Ideally, more applicants will be able to come forward with this type of readiness, with this type of work that's already been undertaken to get to this stage. I doubt that they're coming back for phase 2. I would suggest to them right now, don't. You're probably better off not to come back for phase 2 and not face the criticisms of what you might face. So I think that if there was no $18,000 carryover from 2016, I'd be sitting on 30. But because there is, I'm quite happy to vote in favor of the entire 35. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. First one for Mr. Harding, and the second one for Mr. Mema. First one is, we've had a lot of discussions of late with respect to naming rights for parks and city structures, and that the practice today is not to grant anything beyond 5 to 10 years for naming rights for any civic structure or park or building. We know we had this discussion earlier with another park that over towards the hospital district. Are we getting ourselves in trouble by giving someone naming rights that we'd love them to be involved forever, but for a one-time donation of $4,000 on a $100,000 project? It doesn't seem fair that other folks that may want to contribute in the future are not going to be recognized in the same way. Can you help me with the current trends with respect to naming rights?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'd answer that one in the sense of that's the sponsorship program versus the naming program. So council doesn't necessarily have typically a naming a park or something that's with service clubs and such. It's the same as the sponsorship side of things. Council can change names of parks at any time. They can name it now, the Gyro. We haven't renamed them over the years, but you can change names at any time council wants. It's not a referendum type of issue or anything like that. But it's also, this is different than the sponsorship program.
But they're both linked, and we've not adopted policy on either one. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Great, thank you. The other one was with respect to the carryover. I'm seeing this money being carried over from one year to the next. Is that not extremely unusual? I know that when we've had similar situations with facade grants in downtown, we've actually had to borrow when there's an oversubscription. You know, every year if there's money left over, it rolls over into the reserves. And if there's an oversubscription for the upcoming year, we've actually had to go to other budgets, such as the Council Reserve Fund, to fund issues like the facade grants.
Your Worship, it is an anomaly that we have a surplus in the volunteer and park or partners in park program.
I guess the question I'm asking though, is it an anomaly to roll over from one year to the next? Or is there a requirement for it to go into reserves?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Worship. The Director can answer that better than I can, Director of Finance, but if it's capital money can be rolled over. Operating money cannot be rolled over.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Member.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for projects like that, where you are providing grants and you have designated funds for a specific purpose, it's best to roll those funds over if there is an under-subscription, because the subscriptions will change from one year to the next. Some years you'll be lean, some years you will have surpluses. So by carrying that forward, then you tend to smoothen off the property tax impact of those requests from one year to the other. So this is normal for the kind of program that this is.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for the clarification. Seeing no further questions, call the question on number one, allocating $35,000 to Partners in Parks program. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Number two, consider name change. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, 154 Westwood Road, which is specifically concerning the SPCA signage update, and the purpose is to provide information to Council regarding opportunities to work with the Nanaimo branch of the BC SPCA and the Ministry of Transportation as it relates to opportunities for directional signage to the SPCA from Highway 19. The recommendations on page 61 that the 154 Westwood Road SPCA signage update report be received for information. Ms. Sammer.
Sorry to interrupt. Not to nitpick, are you considering the name change or are you approving the name change?
Ms. Curry.
Okay, so just as long as council's clear on that, is that what they voted for, or is everybody okay with that? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you. So, would somebody care to move the motion on page 16, please?
I'll move it. Is this just information only?
To receive the report.
Thank you. Yes, I'll make that motion.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Bestwick or Councillor Brown?
No, I'm.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay to receive this report for information, but I really do want to look at the where's council can choose to direct staff to disregard the standing City of Nanaimo Engineering and Public Works Department policy for third-party directional signage and proposed signage opportunities. I don't want to make a decision like that just based on the written report. So I'd like to know that if we receive this report, I will still have an opportunity to ask questions about how we can explore disregarding the third-party directional signage policy and perhaps find out what the implications of that would be, and just a much broader look at what the impact would be if we decided to do something like that.
Okay, can we get some help from staff on that? By receiving the report, what are we actually entering into?
Thank you, Your Worship. Simply to receive the report is just It was just staff's attempt to respond to council's direction from last spring, which was to investigate specifically signage on the Nanaimo Parkway. So we went through that process with the Ministry of Highways. And I think what Councillor Brennan's referring to is in the body of the report, we've come back and said the ministry was not supportive. However, there is another location that we identified, and that's on page 20 in your agenda, which shows a location where staff from the SPCA believe that directional signage could be of assistance. We have pointed out in the report that it's contrary to an internal policy regarding third-party signs, but certainly if council wish to make a subsequent motion tonight or another evening, they would be within their rights to do so.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. So who would pay for the signage? Is this something that the city pays, or this is what SPCA would do anyways? And or were they interested in doing it if they were going to be paying for it? Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Hong, we have not had discussions in terms of who would pay if council directed to put the sign forward, but I can say that we know that if we were to install the sign, it's about $400.
Thank you. So if I've got this clear, as it stands right now, MOTI does not support the installation of these signs by themselves or anyone else?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I noticed that on an attachment that we received with respect to what we voted on back in March 21st, 2016, there were two items. I noticed the one that's highlighted was actually that we provided the SPCA with the ability to have a fascia sign facing the parkway, which nobody else is permitted. And we subsequently voted to an additional item for the SPCA, which was to have directional signs. So I'm just wondering whether they, when you were referring to the motion of council, that was the 11616 that.
Yeah, that's correct, Your Worship. My apologies. I think we've highlighted the wrong motion. It was actually the following motion, 11616, that was
right.
the genesis for this report.
Thank you. I see no further questions. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So next item is Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, that was my question really to staff, was if we receive this report, can I still make a subsequent motion? And it sounded like I could, so I'm going to.
Okay.
Okay. And that motion would be to direct staff to disregard the standing City of Nanaimo Engineering and Public Works Department policy for third-party directional signage, and direct staff to erect the signage requested by the SPCA at Jingle Pot and Westwood Road. And I'll speak to it if I could.
Certainly. Thank you. So it's been moved by Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor Thorpe.
Yeah, I think that this is different than probably most signs that would be for a commercial purpose. This is for really it's a public service, the SPCA, the shelter that they have there. We've been supportive from the beginning. It isn't the easiest place to find a sign as you're driving down the parkway. If it was on the SPCA site, would give you really no clear idea of how to get there. And so I would really like to be able to assist them with this, because it's important that animals get to the shelter when they need to be there. So that's my reasoning.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I don't really have a problem with the signage, but my concern is, why don't we have another one on the other end? Because you have a hard time finding it no matter which way you come from, because it's a new building. Not to mention Google Maps, but that's not my concern. Is when are we going to look at the sign bylaws? Like, we've had this on the books. Is this going to be something that we could look at the same time? Like, is this better just to defer it until then? Is the SPCA, I don't see anything on here that says that they desperately need the sign. I know it's confusing like everything else that's new, but some clarification on that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chairman to Councillor Hong, the review of our city's sign bylaw is on our work plan for 2017. I would want to clarify, though, that our sign bylaw pertains to signs on private property. Our sign bylaw does not govern signage within our roadways. That's completely within our control. So what we have is simply an internal policy that says we will not permit third-party signs. And if the motion were passed, it would give us direction to ignore that policy and install the sign.
So just to follow up on that, if we don't permit this, are we opening a can of worms for other organizations that truly, as well as the SPCA, deserve this? So are we opening up a can of worms? Is this a one-off? Have we done this? I'd like to see case history on if we've done this for others.
I'm not going to say it has not been done for others, because I do know that at, for example, the old location where the SPCA had their offices on Labio, many years ago there was a sign on Bowen Road very similar to the one you're talking about now that directed people down Labio Road. So it has been done in the past. I'm not aware of numerous requests from groups such as the SPCA for this type of signage, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, you're next.
Thank you. I'm in favor of this for similar reasons mentioned by Councillor Brennan, but I'd also like to say that the fascia signs that we supported earlier, they were not intrusive. They were not signs that I think the whole issue was geared to, in terms of why would we not allow them to have a sign there. I'm in full support of the SPCA. I think it is important that people know where it is, and I really don't have a problem with this sign. It's on the corner of Jinglepot and Calder Road, I think, is it not? Westwood, okay. And I don't have a problem with it at all. I will be voting in favor of it.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I'll be supporting it. Put up the signs going east and west on Jinglepot Road and one on East Wellington Road. And it's not unlike recycling centers or otherwise. You need to know, if you don't know how to get there, put them up, put the signs up. It's a minimal expense for a good reason inside our internal city streetscape. So put the signs up. Well, it's not amended, but clearly it makes sense to be, there's a way in north and there's a way in south, depending on which way you're coming from. So it almost is counterproductive to put one sign going west on Jinglepot Road with an arrow pointing down there. What about the people coming the other way on Jinglepot Road? And what about the people coming down Bowen Road, hanging a right on East Wellington that need to to know where to go? So, I mean, you can put signs up everywhere, or you can put up one sign going both directions on the north and south entry to the place. So my thing is just leave it up to staff to put up the necessary appropriate amount of signs in the necessary and appropriate place that is not detrimental to the sign proliferation.
Councillor Pratt.
I just have one question for staff, and that is, what was the, and I probably have just forgotten it, I did read it, it may be in here, and if it is, I really apologize. Was this a request from the SPCA?
My recollection, Mr. Chairman, was last spring when we came forward with the request for the variances to the fascia signs. At the same time, there was a concern raised by council about this issue you're discussing tonight on the ability for people to find the location in its new setting. So was this discussion or direction for staff to discuss with the ministry potential signage on the parkway, which led us to this report?
Thank you. I don't have any problem with signs at both ends coming off of the parkway or, the major road. I think people in the neighborhood generally know that's where it is, to be perfectly honest with you. But I don't want to quibble over it. We can put as many signs as we want to put up to show the directions. Maybe there needs to be a little more discussion, leaving it up to staff's discretion, along with, in conjunction with the SPCA. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, staff's recommendation is on page 20 based on our discussions with the SPCA. I understand that people come to the property off the Parkway, they hit the intersection of Westwood, they know they're looking for a Westwood address, but they're not sure whether to turn left up towards the lake or right towards SPCA. That's why this location was identified. If council wants to give the direction that there be locations on Westwood and also up on East Wellington, we will install the signs.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to that, then, I wonder if we maybe should just go ahead with this particular recommendation and see how things go and see if that is enough help for them.
So, as it stands, the motion that's on the floor is just with the signage as recommended in the summary points in our agenda. Councillor Brennan?
An amendment that the signs be placed at Jinglepot and Westwood and East Wellington and Westwood, which covers both ends. So I would move that amendment to my motion.
Thank you, and I believe I seconded the original motion, and I'm fine with that amendment.
Okay.
Ms. Samra, did you have something?
No.
So if we're clear on that amendment, I see no other speakers. I will call the question on the motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And our next item is item 9C, Nanaimo Deep Discovery Center. Purpose to introduce the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Center project to council and to obtain council support in principle to enable the proponent to advance their business plan and funding model. And we do have a delegation making their way slowly to the podium. Gentlemen, if we could just get your names and place of residence.
Lauren Hildebrand, Nanaimo. Tim Tessier, Nanaimo.
Thank you. Excuse me, Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Chair. We didn't have any delegations actually
I'm sorry.
sign up for this matter.
So there was not a delegation signed up to speak on this?
I think they wanted us to hear in case there are any questions.
I see. All right, my mistake.
We were originally supposed to present earlier in the day, the Committee of the Whole. Yes, to take any questions regarding the two recommendations up there, speak to the recommendations, and then answer your questions.
All right. Thanks very much, gentlemen. So we do have the recommendations in front of us. And are there any questions from council? Councillor Yoakum.
You want questions first, or do you want a motion to get into questions?
I would say if there's any questions first from council, we should deal with those. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. So part of this motion is to defer any further discussions regarding city involvement in the project until such time as the proponents return to council with a business plan and funding model, and that is after we support in principle the concept of the Deep Discovery Center. So business plan and funding model, you're working on that now, are you?
That's correct. We are working on that, although it might be difficult to try to further that along unless we can talk to the city planning department. If we look at a specific site, we might need to have some engineering studies and other things. So we're certainly happy with the first one. The support in principle would be wonderful. It would allow us to carry on. It's not like we want to enter into negotiations with the city this part. I think you should get a funding plan and model and business model. We're quite happy about that. But we certainly would like the ability to discuss with the city some of our business plan proposals. We might not get some of our numbers straight if we don't have that ability.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So we may want to modify the motion once it's made, or once we start to make it.
Just asking questions. Ms. Gurry is next.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't make the motion and then continue.
I see the clerk wants to
asking
chime in.
questions. Yes.
Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could we have a motion to have these delegations be here first, and thank you, and then receive them once they're done if you want to move ahead with the motions?
Certainly. Are there any questions for the delegation?
Did you want a motion?
Yeah, if we could have a motion that they be... Yeah,
And I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Right. So they have no presentation, I take it?
yeah, no, they were just here to answer some questions. So now, if you want to go ahead and read out the motion, and then you can ask them any further questions you might have.
Very good, thank you. Somebody care to move the motion? Councillor Bestwick.
I'd prefer to ask the delegation questions and then receive the delegation and then proceed into the two motions, if
That'll work.
that's what I would prefer to do.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to clear the queue, and we can ask questions. Please chime in for questions to the delegation. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Appreciate you being here. The question that I have for you is that will help me in understanding the size and scope of the property that you think that you may require. The renderings are wonderful. It looks great. I think the concept is terrific, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm just curious as to what the site that you may require is. Is it obviously it's going to go into the water, clearly, so it reduces or it eliminates some of the potential sites. But I'm wondering how much upland property will be required in order to accommodate your vision.
Well, the answer to that is that we have a pretty specific idea of what size area we need for the building. The problem is that some of that can go in the water and some of that can be on land, or a huge portion of those can be moved back and forth. The difference is the cost. The more in the water we are, the more expensive it is. So I think that's why we need to sort of continue to discuss with planning what might be available. The other issue is, of course, is parking. And so if there is a parking issue, that's going to create other land requirements. And so, I mean, we had discussions with the Nanaimo Port Authority. Would they like to have a piece of land where they could have parking and we could use? So the answer to that is we need to have a few more questions answered before we can come up specifically with that. But David, the amount of land that we actually required for the project as it stands is 70,000 square feet. 70,000 square feet, including the water. So,
2 acres.
No, sorry, I apologize. I don't know what that means in my simple world. I don't know what 70,000 square feet is in acres, or is it 2.5 acres? Is it 3 acres? Is it
1.7?
there you go. 2 acres.
2 acres plus or minus? Thanks.
As long as it's square.
Thank you.
I'll add to that, the footprint of the building, as per our drawings, is only around 10,000 square feet. 3 levels, one submerged, one concourse level, and then one upper level. It's the facility around it, and that's, as Laura had mentioned, whether we go out into the water surface and submerge or stay back on the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
I'm a little embarrassed to admit this, but about perhaps 2 years ago, there was a group who presented at the Port Theatre Marine Center for Nanaimo. Are you those people?
Yes, we are. Although there's been ideas like this back with, the Finn Center. I mean, this project's been in iterations for probably the last 15 years, and I've heard of it and been aware of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that presentation that was given at the Port Theatre a couple of years ago is a reasonable representation of what you want to do.
I know, I've got to tell you, it's really evolved since then. We had a number of discussions with various people around the province that told us that simple museums were not going to be enough to cut it, and we really agreed with that. And so that's one of the reasons why we brought all those interactive displays and other ideas in. And so we see this as much more than a museum. We see this as something much more interactive, like the planetarium. We see that as a symbol that we're trying to reach. It's iconic for Vancouver. At the time it was built, it was on all the postcards. Everyone throughout the province identified that with it, and it had something that people wanted to go to time and time again. It was really interesting. That's what we're shooting for.
On a small scale, we have the center up at just north of Bowser. The university has a marine center there. So is that a small version, or is it much different?
No, not really at all. I think that we're looking to include pieces of that in there, but part of this is about the ecology and what's going on in our oceans, particularly in front of us. But no, it's much, much bigger than that. In fact, we've looked around the world to find exactly similar things, and we can't really find them anywhere. And yet we're hearing lots of positive things from people that are running those things, saying, that's a great idea. That really works. And the difference is all the interactive displays, the way that people want to come time and time again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you for coming again. I think I was at that original presentation at the Port Theatre, and I have to say that was a pretty exciting night because it really captured my imagination, and I think the imagination of everybody that was there. And certainly fits well with who we are as a port city. It's a city that's sitting right on the water. And the part I loved the best about it was the interactive parts of it. There was quite a bit of discussion about that, different things that children could be involved in. Well, anybody could be involved in, but I'm thinking specifically of families. And so I'm glad to hear that that's still a big part of it, because to me, that's what would make it really unique and really an attraction for families to come to, because we don't have anything like that. And then I also was really pleased to see the respect for the First Nations culture and what possibly could be added there in terms of that. So I'm very excited about this project. I think it's something that fits well with our waterfront. Certainly fits into the vision of what we had thought, some special thing that would really draw people to Nanaimo. So I really appreciate you coming tonight. I was very excited when I looked through the short presentation that you've given us, and I am in full support of moving forward to find out if this is a possibility.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say for my 2 cents is that I'm really glad that you've taken this from a static display as what it first started out. That other communities are having a real tough time with static display style attractions, if you will. When we look at the world and what people are looking for, they're looking for soft adventure experiences. And two failures, it's really unfortunate because they were decent products, as Storium and the BC Experience, both of them $20 million apiece, and both of them short-lived. Yet, when you look at experiences that people want to go to on an ongoing basis, we see Science World, Flyover Canada, the IMAX in Victoria, the museum down there, Cap on a Suspension Bridge, Grouse Mountain. I mean, they are soft adventures, each in their own, and people will go to them repeatedly over numerous times during the course of a year.
Actually, if I may, we've been in discussions with the same people that have done Soaring Over California and the Flying Over Canada. And what we're looking at is maybe a display that will take you through soaring through the Juan de Fuca Trench, which is right out in front of Vancouver Island. And so you go down in the same kind of ride where you feel like you're in a submarine after having walked through the submarines that do it for real. And imagine soaring down through the ocean, coming on, bumping into a newt suit, and the guy being sort of jostled, and then carrying on down and looking at the lava tubes and some of the other things down there. Coming up, looking at some of the pollution that could put our oceans at risk. And I'm a diver. I've been out in front of our water all the time. I want to preserve that. And then coming out of that, it would be an educational experience. It would be an amazing thrill. And it would be the only thing like it in the world. And it would be here in Nanaimo.
Thank you very much. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Just quickly, on principle, absolutely, I'm completely behind this. Just during the break, Christmas break, I was fortunate to was down in Washington State, and I went to the Hands-On Children's Museum in Olympia. I know that's earmarked just for children. I was down with my children, and it was such a good experience. I was thinking, I wish we had something like this. It seemed really simple, but it was just amazing. Kids loved it, and it's such a good hands-on educational family day. So I know this would be possibly earmarked for everybody, but I totally see the need in the city for something like such. So I just want to share those words of the experience I had in Olympia. And if Olympia can do something as such, I'm sure Nanaimo can. Thank you.
I just hope that you allow us to have some discussions with the city so that we can ask some of those questions around engineering things or rating stuff.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. So it seems like you're just limited yourself to the city. When you keep referring to the city, have you talked to other people like Port Authority? Like, by binding you to this, I don't want to bind you to a city property because we actually don't have a lot of waterfront property. Pretty sure some other developers probably own more than we do. But I would support this with the intention that we're not going to be binding you to a city property because I would like to see you explore all options. You know, Port Authority has a lot of land. There's other areas that you can go. The Howard Johnson site, it's got water. So there's a bunch of other things. You know, ideally, I would love to see the tunnel to Newcastle based out of your facility. That would be awesome. Well, underwater tunnel right from your facility to Newcastle. But I'm just wondering, like, are you, you know, when you come and talk to us, and are you dead set on a specific location? Because I think we had this issue with the rowing center that wanted only to be at Bevan or Brecken. They were not interested in anywhere else. So that made it hard sell for being flexible. Are you flexible?
Absolutely. And since we spoke to council in October, we have met with several groups. We've had informal discussions with Sunaimo First Nations. They've expressed interest, but have said, wait, we'll call you. We've done a presentation with the Port Authority. They are very interested. We're not tied to city land, but this is about an image, a vision for Nanaimo. That's what this is about. We could go bigger and talk about it for the central Vancouver Island and the regional district. We've had discussions with Ottawa, very informal, and the thing that comes back to us, whether it be from Sunaimo First Nations, from the Nanaimo Port Authority, people in Ottawa, people in Victoria, they're saying, is the city behind you? Councillor Pratt, you had mentioned earlier with the group for the Lindley Park that once the city supports us in principle, we're not coming for anything. We may end up on the Port Authority, but they're saying, what is the city of Nanaimo's position? Because if we don't get support here, it's very difficult to begin any kind of fundraising. We've had the feasibility study done. This thing will make sense. We don't want to come to the city and say, we need more money for this. We've gone out and raised funds to create the architectural drawings. We've gone out and had a vision, mission, facilitation done for our program, all of which we've provided. So we're coming tonight with what we feel is an easy ask. Support us so we can go forward. Because without your support right now, we've got dozens of very influential people in this city putting in lots of hours. And in our board meetings, the same thing is, when is the city going to help you out? So we're flexible.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. May I just add that to that? As chairman of that group, I actually said, let's start exploring outside areas so there's other cities might be interested in this. And actually, every one of the board members said, we live in Nanaimo, we believe in Nanaimo, we love Nanaimo, we're not on the board if it's not going to be here. So that's a pretty strong statement, right?
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I just wanted to apologize as I was playing with this device, and I'm not techie, but there's a holograph picture image that came to us today that was whales jumping in the middle of gymnasiums, and it's absolutely amazing. And so if I can get an email address, I'd be happy to send that. You probably already got all this stuff.
Actually, if you go on our website, which we launched just the other day, it's the ndda.ca website. By the way, it was launched. We had some publicity on it. We've had hundreds of people send us emails saying they love the idea. But if you go on there, you'll find emails and access to all of us, and you'll be able to send those off. We'd love to see them. But technology is expensive.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I would like to know what your final plan is. So it's sort of your end game here. Who would own this once built?
The end game is it is a nonprofit association. Nobody's in it to make a long-term profit. We want, our end game is to not only create this iconic tourist attraction that brings tourists and creates an amazing waterfront experience. Part of what we want to do is make sure that this is a revenue positive. I'm a businessman, Tim's a business. We have lots of hard-nosed businessmen in our community that say this can't cost people a nickel. If we can't come forward with a business plan that says this creates money every year and supports itself, I don't want to be part of it. So really, for the end game for us is to create this thing. Now, it's going to cost something to start. Hopefully, we'll get that from some other sources. But this should not cost. This is not going to be a project that has to come and beg for money every year. If it is, it's not going to happen.
And you will continue to operate it. It wouldn't be a project that you would build and then turn over to the city to operate?
That would not be our intention unless the city demanded it. Then we might not be flexible. The idea really is to have a revenue-neutral nonprofit organization that is able to carry this thing on and do it. And the Myers-Norris-Penny feasibility study said that was completely possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Unless somebody else has other questions, I'd like to move to receive the delegation and then make the motion.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Brennan. All right. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Okay, I would like to move that Council support in principle the concept of an Nanaimo Deep Discovery Centre, and that 2, defer any further discussions regarding city involvement in the project until such time as the proponents return to Council with the business plan and funding model. But I did hear them say that they wanted to have some discussions with our staff just around some of the logistics of that. And so I will defer to staff around that, around how we would include that in the motion. What would be a reasonable?
Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you, Worship. I guess just to clarify, the motion, as staff would understand that, is and we would continue to have normal discussions with any group that wished to develop in the community, and that could be, engineering advice. What we tried to make clear with this motion is that it would be specific about further city involvement. So any further specifics or about city land, for example, until such time as they came back with this contribution. But we'd be always willing to meet with people and provide planning and engineering commentary.
So would that be covered then under this motion without any changes to the motion?
From our perspective, I don't think any changes to the motion are necessary if the intent is just to have staff meet to provide, again, technical advice.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. I'm of course fine with the motion. I'm of course in support of the pursuit of the Deep Discovery Centre. And I think in order for us to engage properly with this organization, we need to ensure that they have the opportunity to meet with staff and discern any complications or whatever, like just have that whiteboard roundtable discussion that says, hey, we're really interested in doing this, clearly, and allow them the opportunity to ask as many questions to our senior staff or whoever needs to be at that meeting so that they can move on to page 2 or phase 2 or next step. Because right now I feel as though if we just do this, and that's great, but we're deferring any discussions, where it says like deferring discussions regarding city involvement. Well, for me, I'm not really comfortable with that. I want to encourage further discussions with city involvement in this project so that we can get to whatever the next phase is for the organization, for the group, for the people. And
I think Ms. Curry's got something for you. Ms. Curry.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to know if that was a motion. We need a seconder, and then for the discussion.
I thought Wendy moved it.
It was seconded by Councillor Thorpe, I thought.
No.
No?
I will, but I didn't.
Okay.
Has my motion been seconded?
No, that's
Okay.
what I needed, yeah.
Perhaps we should change the motion before we...
Yeah, if you, well, it hadn't been seconded, so yes, you could go ahead.
We can do it seriatim.
So then that council support in principle the concept of an Nanaimo Deep Discovery Center, that city staff meet with proponents of this center to have a Q&A and with them and to share information. And that once that is accomplished, the proponents would return to council once a business plan and funding model is in place.
So
Does that seem doable?
There's two motions, of course. There's one, the first one I don't think anybody has an objection to. Number one, support in principle. And then number two, I think that you're asking that we direct staff to meet with the Deep Discovery Board to establish next steps.
Yep. What he said.
So, Ms. Sammer.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
You're on.
So the recommendation that staff brought forward was to provide the normal information that staff would for any developer in any project that wants to do something in the city of Nanaimo. How this is evolving in the motion that you're putting, it sounds like you're adding another capital project or another project to your strategic priorities and plans by directing us to, I'm not sure what you're expecting staff to do. The normal course of business where we're supporting them to understand what it would be to do this project within the city of Nanaimo, or are you asking us to include this in the One Port Drive, South Downtown Waterfront exploration? Because the motion that you're making is sounding more like you want city involvement and the city coming up with ideas and how we can support beyond providing basic information to this group. And our recommendation is support in principle and support the normal information that they'll need to develop a business plan, and at a later date explore if the city of Nanaimo is going to be involved and in what capacity with this project. So we're trying to not get to that decision point tonight, but still support this project going forward, and engagement at the SFN table, at the MPA table, and what other tables needs to take place, RDN, in the project. So we need a bit more clarification on what your expectation and understanding is that you're asking staff to do. Normal course of duty and business, or something more. And if it's something more, then there's going to be budget impacts and it's going to affect your projects.
May I respond?
Yes, Councillor Bestwick and then perhaps Councillor Pratt.
I see you have a laundry list of people on there, so I'll try not to. So for me, this is a fact-finding mission. This is, to me, this is about an exploration and undertaking with a proponent that may want to build a hotel in Nanaimo somewhere. And we don't know where they're going to build it, and we don't know how many floors it's going to be, and we don't know whatever. So from my point of view, this is an exploration. This is a round table. Allow the applicant the opportunity to ask the salient questions that they need to be able to go away with now and say, okay, guys, we heard that we have to go and entertain Stenamic. We have to go and entertain the Port Authority. We have further questions. They gave us some good advice. I'm not sitting here saying, how can I make a motion to put this on Port Drive on the GAD site where the water's already ran down there and we're good to go and let's do that tomorrow. No, there's lots of information exchange that is necessary. And so let's allow that process to take its process.
Okay. Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I still need a seconder to a motion that's on the floor.
There, Bill.
We all want a second. I think we're trying to develop a motion here right now. So, with respect to the motion that has been brought forward, do you have any suggestions for council on that one?
Well, I would suggest that they go back to the first motion that was put on the floor. And so if Councillor Pratt will withdraw and go back to the first one.
I don't mind going back to it, but I do have a problem with defer any discussion regarding city involvement. I guess I understand that piece. That just simply means that the city's not committing to anything. But
maybe you could change it to council involvement, and then staff still has their regular course of business involvement. It comes,
Well, I just think the piece that is missing here is the ability for the proponents and staff to come together to get some questions answered in order for them to move forward to go wherever they have to go for their funding. I don't think what we are suggesting here has anything to do with us saying, yeah, it's going to happen. And now we want to start doing all the fact finding to make it happen. What we're saying is we want to assist these people to be able to move forward with the project by exploring funding and but in order to do that, they need some information. And so our staff, just to direct staff to work with them in regard to any questions they have in order for them to move forward with their fact-finding and their fundraising or whatever.
I wonder if I could, if we leave things the way they are, number 1 and number 2, and we leave them alone and add a third bullet which says staff provide technical advice and support to the proponent. Would that work?
Works for me.
Great.
Yes.
Work for you?
Yes, it does.
All right.
No.
Okay.
so is that the motion that Councillor Pratt's moved? Then?
Yes.
I think we've got a mover and a seconder.
Oh, we do have a seconder. Okay, good.
So you're going to move it?
Yes, I will
Seconded?
move it.
Thank you. Okay. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. So are we back to the word here, the language here?
We're back to the original language with the third bullet, which would say staff provide technical advice and support to the proponent.
Then why would we defer any further discussion? So are we eliminating number 2?
Involvement.
Oh, involvement.
Right.
Because
Involvement.
So everyone out there, this is what we call bureaucracy. We made this way harder than this. I think the gentlemen were just saying, we'd like to support. Can the city work with us?
Yeah.
And I say, yes, let's work together. This is a good initiative. We made this really hard. But yes, I support this.
Yeah,
It's kind of like trying
I agree.
to create a clause in a collective agreement. Sometimes. All right, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we sure do find a way of making things complicated. But in fairness, I didn't like the wording in the original number 2. I can support it with the additional bullet, and I think we all agree on the intent. I didn't speak when the delegations were at the microphone, but I just want to say that I'm very excited about this project. I'm very pleased to support giving support in principle from the city so that they can proceed to ask the questions that they need to get answered and move ahead with a business plan and take the next steps. So that's all I have to say. Hopefully we can vote.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pratt.
Nope,
You're
I'm
good?
done.
Ms. Brennan. Councillor Brennan.
I'm going to support it, although I think that the initial 2 bullets, 1 and 2, not the bullets, but number 1 and 2 actually said that. I think that is the practice of our staff. I think we've kind of shortchanged them. I think that they do that. Anyone, developer or anyone who comes to the city and goes to the department can sit down, have discussions, find out what the process is, find out what the obstacles are, find out how to get past those obstacles. So I'm satisfied. I guess it's a good idea that the third bullet clarified it for everyone, although I do think that our staff are very good at doing that.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to call the question on 1, 2, and 3. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. Delegations not related to a report to council, and you have up to 10 minutes. The first delegation is Avery Bonner and Simca Marshall. Good evening. So we've got your names. We're going to just have your city of residence, please, for the record.
Nanaimo.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Simca. I'm from Vancouver.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Avery, and I'm the Director of External Relations for the Vancouver Valley University Students Union. So today we are here to present to you a BCFS campaign, a campaign to save adult basic education, which we call Don't Close the Doors. What is ABE? ABE stands for Adult Basic Education. There are three categories of students that are involved in adult basic education. The first is those seeking to complete their high school studies. The second, those seeking to upgrade high school courses. And the third, those seeking to improve basic literacy or numeracy. So essentially, a good example of this would be a student who, yes, did get their dogwood and finish high school, but decided that they wanted to go into a different program, perhaps be a doctor. They would then have to upgrade, for example, biology 12 or biology 11 to be able to get into that program. This is the method that they would use to be able to do that, to continue on their studies as they would enroll in the adult basic education program. ABE students are some of the most marginalized groups already. 58% are women, 18% Indigenous, and 20% are parents during the study. Another really important figure is that 70% of the students that were in the adult basic education program actually continue their studies as well and go on to pursue a degree or even a master's in post-secondary education. Some of the history of the ABE. In 1998, all ABE, including fundamental programming and ABE in the post-secondary system, was tuition-free. In 2002, tuition was charged for post-secondary education ABE programs. In 2007, under the Gordon Campbell government, the government abolished tuition fees on all adult upgrading courses in both the K-12 and post-secondary system, as this would make sense because, as you all know, high school courses are free. Why should you have to pay for them after high school? And this is a quote by then the Minister for Advanced Education, Marie Cole, and I'll let you guys just read that. And,
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was pretty quick.
Are we good? All right. Sorry about that. Some changes to ABE. In December of 2014, the provincial government announced a $6.9 million in funding cut. They also announced that post-secondary institutions would be allowed to place tuition fees on cost-free ABE courses. So essentially, that would allow universities to charge up to $1,600 per semester. Specifically at VIU, they charge about $320 per course to upgrade. And we can tell from our stats that enrollment has been declining since 2014. Less students are being enrolling in the program, in part due to the expensive fees that are related with upgrading high school credits. And May 1st, 2015, the government will no longer fund school districts for tuition-free upgrading courses for adults who already hold a high school diploma. Adult upgrading grants. The grants cover tuition fees, textbooks, supplies, childcare, and transportations. However, the thresholds have become so low that many applicants can't even qualify. A family of one has to make less than $12 an hour to qualify for these grants. If you are 10% above the threshold, you can have up to 50% of your tuition fees covered. As you can see, there's absolutely no reasonable justification for the reversal of this policy. And on a personal note, in my family, I have 3 members that had to use these programs to further their education and better their lives. I'm sure many of you have also people in your family that had to use these programs to better their lives. And I'd also like to say on another note that the Nanaimo Youth Council has also supported this campaign and recommends the council to also support the campaign.
So this is just another quote. This is from the Minister of Education at the time during the announcement of the funding cut and the removal of the tuition fee free mandate. It's just a important quote for us to highlight the pretty stark contrast between the initial quote that or the initial announcement that they made in 2007 when they made adult basic education free. It was a pretty dramatic 180 turn. So this is what we're doing about it. So BC students responded to the funding cuts to adult basic education by creating this campaign called Don't Close the Doors. This campaign has 2 basic asks. The first one is to restore the funding to adult basic education, and the second one is to reinstate the tuition fee free mandate that helps adults access these really important courses. This is a campaign that has seen a lot of momentum. When we first launched the campaign, we had community members reach out to us who were former ABE students who were very alarmed at the funding cuts because they came as quite a shock not only to students and community members but also to institutions who were left scrambling trying to figure out what they were going to do to keep these important programs free for people. So this is just one of the stories that a former ABE student wanted us to share with folks through the campaign. And so another component of the campaign that we've been doing is collecting endorsements for the in support of the campaign. So some of the work that we've done is collecting endorsements from our coalition partners, including labor groups, but we've also been getting endorsements from municipalities. And so this has been something that's been really encouraging. We have seen 11 city councils officially endorse the campaign. So what we have been doing is asking folks to endorse the campaign and then write a letter to the Minister of Advanced Education, asking him to restore the funding and to reinstate the tuition fee-free mandate. So just a few examples of city councils that have endorsed the campaign so far is we have the City of Duncan, the City of Victoria, the City of Burnaby, and New West. And then more recently, we have the City of Nelson and Port Moody, and last week we gave presentations to Port Coquitlam and Coquitlam, and we're waiting to hear from those folks. So we're here tonight to ask folks to support our cause here. This is something that's really important to us as students, and this is also something that is really important to residents of Nanaimo, as Vancouver Island University has been pretty dramatically affected by these funding cuts, and we're seeing some really dramatic enrollment numbers. The VIU Powell River campus dropped by about 55% for ABE enrollment, and that's a trend that we're just seeing with more and more data coming out the longer the tuition fees have been put in place. So that's it for our presentation. We're really grateful to have the opportunity to come and speak to you folks about this really important issue, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to first say that that adult students are eager and they want to learn. You don't need to go to too many classes to realize that when you've got adults that maybe haven't been in school or post-secondary education for 10 or 15 years, they want to be there, and that's why they're there. Adults used to also believe that they used to be able to go into 35 to 40-year careers. You could get a job at the mill, and you'd be there for 40 years. Now you could retire from there. That's not the way it is anymore. I know that recently I was at one of the job fairs that was held in this building, and I was absolutely shocked that something I paid $3,000 for, which was about 5 or 6 months worth of education at BCIT Pacific Marine Training Center, cost $3,000. Now costs $24,000. It would cost somewhere between $3,000 and $8,000 just to recertify those courses. It's very, very expensive, and I think the approach of getting rid of the adult education program was very short-sighted. Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Nothing chokes me up more than seeing obstacles placed in the way of people who want to get an education, who want to move through to grade 12 and then go into post-secondary. It is probably the most short-sighted policies of governments these days, when looking for ways to cut funding, inevitably choose the most vulnerable people they can. I returned to university as an adult, 2 children, single parent, and what got me through was the childcare costs were covered, and tuition was much less, just much less. So I have a very strong sense that people are entitled to an education and that we don't do enough. So I'm more than happy to support this, have the letter sent, and make sure that the BC Federation of Students and VIU Students Union knows that we've done that. And I thank you so much for coming tonight, because this is probably one of the most important issues that we face now, and going into an election, this is going to be a major issue, and I hope you make it so.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. My first question to you is, are you aware of a website or whatever that we could go to that would have some stats around the impact that cutting the funding created?
Yeah, so we do have some stats on our website that we've done our research on for the campaigns, so that don'tclosethedoors.ca. And then we can also send a backgrounder. We have actually put together quite an extensive research document, and we can put that forward to you folks as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate knowing that because I'm very interested in following up on that. And just the second part of my comments, I couldn't agree more with, again, Councillor Brennan. She's beating me to the punch every time tonight. But I have people in my family, a similar situation, single mother, 2 kids, and my goodness, how many times is that happening today? It just seems to be rather prolific in our society. And when you've had a husband that's supporting you and all of a sudden you're on your own and you've got children to raise and your only option is welfare, that's a pretty dismal place to be, and nobody wants to be there, and the only way you get out of that is through education, to get a decent job. And I'm happy to say that through adult basic education, I have relatives that certainly benefited from that. So I'm a firm supporter of this. I absolutely believe it was the wrong thing for the government to do, and it does create huge hardship in communities because people are not prepared for the workforce. So, and it's a drain then through social programs. Not that people shouldn't access social programs when they need to, but when they can't do anything else and they want to do something else, but finances prohibit that, then that's it's just not acceptable in our society, I don't think. So thank you so much for coming. I really, really appreciate the information that you've given to us, and I certainly will go to your website, and I fully endorse us supporting you and sending a letter. Thank you. It's a good election issue.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you for your guys' great presentation on such an important matter. Correct me if I'm wrong, but people like when I read Fassbender's the minister of the day, Fassbender's quote, which I found really disturbing for the simple fact is, I believe a lot of people graduate from high school, but they don't receive the actual Dogwood diploma. You can say you're completed grade 12, but you don't receive the Dogwood diploma. So is that accurate? You can graduate but not have a Dogwood?
I can speak to a specific issue that I know of that has arisen recently that the First Nations Education Steering Committee, otherwise known as FNESC, was working on.
Yeah.
And the only thing that I can think of that is related to that, we've seen an increase of in recent years, is specifically for Indigenous students. They were being given not complete Dogwood certificates unknowingly. They weren't aware that they were able to. They would be like going to the graduation ceremony, and they wouldn't find out until the day of.
Exactly my point.
Full Dogwood, yeah. But that is a bit of a different issue. Yeah.
So that's my point, if I may. Thank you. I just knew it was something like that, and I run my day job. I run a child welfare office, and we're getting quite active now in the education plans before kids that may not have the guidance or come from marginalized backgrounds, not just in our agency, but in a lot of cases. And these kids are graduating, like what you just stated, and they go try to get into VIU or whatever institute, and they got to do upgrade English 11 and get all the credentials. It's really disturbing. And then by the time you're an adult, and when you hear the minister say, "Oh, adults can go fend for themselves," basically that's what you're saying. You're an adult, go fend for yourself. And they weren't guided the right route and this isn't at you two. You two are championing this. I love that. But this is the minister basically saying go fend for yourself. So it's really disturbing. And it's really equally disturbing as I'm disappointed in myself that I didn't hear about the cuts. I'm a former board member at VIU, Board of Governor, and I really was really proud for the fact of the adult learners. I was there when it was funded, though, so it was an easier conversation. And the adult side goes there, and I've had staff and family members go through this AB, and like you stated, they're one of those stats that 70% went through and got their undergraduate degrees, became on, and undergraduates and graduates in some cases. So it's really troublesome. And now we're going to hear all the rhetoric around with the election in May, and I'm disturbed. I haven't heard of this from our own local MLA should be pushing for us to fight for this. And secondly, we got to make this an issue with the Liberal candidate and NDP candidate to see where they're in this. So I'm totally aware this council goes. I'm behind this, and your guys' initiative there. So thank you for taking the time and traveling to Nanaimo and sharing the fight in this important fight. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Bestwick.
Very briefly, really quickly, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention, and great message, youth and education. Clearly, as it's been stated by others, that there's nothing very much more important than that in advancing everybody's enriched opportunities as they move forward. So thanks for bringing this to us. I think that this is something that AVICC as a council, I see Port Alberni and I see Duncan and I see other places on there. So the Association of Vancouver Island Communities, this is probably a very strong topic for that discussion with the election assumedly coming soon. I don't know if we have time to get it there, and the UBCM, of course, too, because we can write as many letters and as many logos and all of that stuff. That's great, and I get how important that is for you. But at the same time, too, we have to be as strong a champions and advocates standing at a podium for this as you are. And that is probably something that we could do a better job at, too, in greater representation than just simply a letter. So I hope that we can find a way to do more than just lend a letter of support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Thanks, Avery, for coming. I saw this when it was presented to the Youth Council. You guys have been to quite a few cities, and I wanted to get to Councillor Bestwick's point, AVICC and UBCM. I don't see anything on your resolutions and your clauses that we should be bringing this to the AVICC and UBCM. Have you guys discussed this with other municipalities, and why isn't it in part of your recommendation?
We did go to UBCM. It was Qualicum Beach that put forward a motion to UBCM to restore the recommending the restoration of the funding. Unfortunately, the part about tuition fees didn't make it into there. And the BC Federation of Students had a table set up at UBCM, so we were there all week, and we were able to talk to a lot of counselors and staff about the campaign, which was really positive. But the resolution didn't make it out of the package for discussion, so I guess that means that it went back to the executive committee. But we're definitely open to hearing. Like, we've heard from other municipalities as well that they want to be able to bring it back to UBCM and maybe have it more specific, especially around the tuition fee component. So that's a pretty big part of it. So we're definitely up for more discussions around that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have no further questions for you. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Pratt. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Is there any business arising out of the delegation? Councillor Hong.
Well, I guess I'll just read what they have on page 38. Be it resolved that the BC Federation of Students campaign Don't Close the Door be endorsed, and be it further resolved that Council requests the Mayor to write a letter to Minister Andrew Wilkinson stating the support for adult basic education and requesting the Ministry to reinstate funding for adult basic education programs and the tuition fees be abolished on the programs. And be further resolved that the letter be copied to the BC Federation of Students and the Vancouver Island University Student Unions. And I would also like to add that if we have time to, Ms. Gary, to get this into AVICC, that's the same topic.
Not beyond the deadline?
Thank you, Worship. No, the deadline is February the 23rd or 4th to get submissions in, so I have your requests for resolutions to be forwarded to AVICC, and I was going to bring those to you on February 20th for approval, and then send them off like the next day.
Okay, so we'll have an opportunity to bring that for
yeah,
the
so I
resolution.
could add that to your list of resolutions.
Thank you very much. So you've moved that motion. Is there a seconder? Yep. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is Mr. John Cooper regarding the DNBIA's work in partnership with the City of Nanaimo. Good evening, Mr. Cooper.
I'm going going to jump right into it because I've got at least 10 minutes of material here. This presentation is long overdue, and our board is anxious to provide intelligence and insight to council prior to important decisions that impact the ongoing revitalization of downtown and the partnership the BIA has had with the city of Nanaimo for the last 16 years. I personally became involved with the BIA in 2009. 2 years prior, I had just moved from White Rock. I was so inspired by the potential of the downtown, I purchased my first home on Milton Street and launched a real estate career with RE/MAX on Bastion Street. I could see and feel the potential despite many associates trying to discourage the focus on downtown. The momentum was building, albeit slowly. The economic turndown of 2008 wasn't letting up in Nanaimo heading into 2012, and RE/MAX decided to close their Bastion Street office. It took some time, but in an effort to stay downtown, my business partners and I purchased the old Hobbs Hargraves Law Office and now operate our real estate team out of that building. It's worth noting that as of June 2016, we now run the #1 RE/MAX team on Vancouver Island, including Victoria. And it's notable because we introduce a lot of people to this community, and that introduction often starts at our downtown office. It took some convincing for my partners to purchase downtown, but they were swayed with the logic I presented surrounding the city of Nanaimo's commitment to a revitalized downtown. My partners and I believe that the city is very invested in the future success of downtown. The conference center, the hotel site, the waterfront site, Port Theatre, Maffeo Sutton, all of these infrastructure investments, when activated, point to a thriving downtown in a family-friendly, temperate seaside city, 35 kilometers from one of the world's most respected cities, Vancouver, British Columbia. The future success of Nanaimo is inextricably linked to the success of its downtown, and successful destination development will spawn from the unique features of our city's origins in downtown Nanaimo. My investors were even more excited about investing in downtown Nanaimo when I explained the power and potential of the downtown Nanaimo BIA. Nanaimo's always been a leader in BIA legislation in Canada. In fact, BIA legislation has existed in Nanaimo since 1988. I explained to potential Nanaimo and downtown Nanaimo investors that Nanaimo has a distinct competitive advantage over every other downtown in North America. Our Nanaimo BIA has property owners agree to a voluntary increase in their property taxes through what is known as a BIA levy. In other words, downtown Nanaimo property owners pay proportionally more in property taxes than any other properties in the city of Nanaimo. The total amount collected from the property owners through the BIA levy is then matched by the city of Nanaimo and forms an operating grant, also known as the matching grant. This city grant has been in existence for 16 years straight without disruption. The unprecedented partnership between the BIA and the city puts the city of Nanaimo in a distinct advantage over other communities. By leveraging this unique partnership, the city is better able to influence strategic investments in revitalization efforts. This unique and powerful model, when utilized correctly, supercharges revitalization efforts by attracting engaged and valuable community volunteers. The BIA also allows projects to be managed and carried out by market rate, non-unionized labor that can often reveal substantial project savings, allowing more revitalization money to hit the streets than in traditional BIA models used in other communities. The Nanaimo BIA bylaw was last renewed in 2013, and this renewal process involved the hire of a communication consultant. The findings of this consultancy formed the core of our 5-year strategic plan ending in 2018. Fast forward to late 2015 and 2016, and the community hot topic is a core review. The consultants selected based on their expertise recommended the scope of the core review, and the BIA was not defined within the scope of their expert recommendations. Contrast to those expert recommendations on a council meeting on January 25th, Mr. Bestwick decided to make a motion to include the BIA in the core review, which was supported by council. The results of that core review were presented to council on Monday, May 30th. The consultant's recommendations with respect to the BIA were summarized as follows: that the City of Nanaimo design clear, measurable, and accountable guidelines to effectively partner with the BIA, and that the city discontinue the city grant and replace it with project-specific grants consistent with other communities. And since those results were released, we have been trying to get in front of staff and council to find out when we could discuss the results of the review. and provide some feedback on how we best proceed with the 16-year partnership. And we have 3 well-documented attempts to present that for various reasons didn't happen. Days prior to this year end, just a few weeks ago, City Manager Tracy Samra met with my Executive Director Corey Hostetter and informed her that a decision was made to end our funding without an opportunity for the BIA to provide input to staff or council. We have since been made aware that PowerPoint slides that we provided to the city technology technician to visually support one section of our board-approved presentation to council were in fact presented by a staff member without authorization or the accompanying report from our BIA. Prior to the decision by council, no one on city staff or council reached out for input from our volunteer board of directors. And as of today, only 4 councillors have connected with me with a concern about a decision being made with no input from the BIA. Ian Thorpe, Jerry Hung, Diane Brennan, and Wendy Pratt, and I thank you guys for reaching out for me in that regard. That said, it's a busy time of year, and I know you all have a lot on their plate, so I extend the benefit of any doubt, as there is a lot going on in our city right now. Let me share with you what council did not hear before making the decision. What important details were missing? If we were given the opportunity to present to you prior to making a decision, we would have recommended that you maintain our funding till the end of the bylaw. Not because we disagree with some of the recommendations of the core review. In fact, as a board member, property owner, levy payer, and taxpayer, I wholly support any initiative that will improve efficiency, effectiveness of revitalization efforts. The consultant recommendation of increasing measurable accountability metrics that we can better track and report to the city are exceptional recommendations that I fully agree with and support. But here's the important detail. Regardless of whether the BIA was included in the core review or not, our 5-year strategic plan has us engaging in a comprehensive community outreach to measure perceptions around effectiveness and obtain feedback to support future direction. Core review or not, this organization reinvents itself in 2018. Perfect timing. We have the results of the core review just prior to the renewal. We now capture the results of that core review and go to our members for feedback to set future direction. This is great timing. So what's the rush? By moving forward in the direction you've chosen without partner input, you're risking the goodwill of thousands of volunteers and decades of community progress towards revitalization. The decision made without our input stands to dramatically impact our current momentum. We are already experiencing a serious loss of volunteer motivation, and every one of our committees is at risk. In the minds of our levy partners, they agreed to pay the tax on the understanding that the matching operating grant has been in place for 16 years. You've now decided unilaterally to stop paying into the operating grant, but still collecting the BIA levy. These are not the actions of a respectful 16-year partnership, particularly when renewal is just around the corner and was set to begin in 6 months and involves comprehensive community outreach for feedback and input on strategic direction. The political impact of these decisions has me and my volunteer board extremely worried about the future of our organization, and the entire BIA bylaw is currently at risk. Other communities have lost their BIA, like Victoria, and they do eventually come back, often stronger, but only after several tough years. And I think the timing of the loss of downtown momentum could not come at a worse time. Greg Bombardier, the M&P accountant that volunteers on our board, has demonstrated to our board that we effectively have to immediately stop all programs. We do not have the cash flow to maintain operations to year end. All programs have been ended, effective immediately. Abrupt stop, emergency landing. We are kindly asking that Council repeal the decision made to stop our funding so abruptly. We are asking that Council think deeper about the political impact of ending the 16-year operating grant without notice, and let members decide on BIA renewal, knowing that the matching operating grant is no longer being offered. The DMBA has many ideas on how that can be accomplished. We just need time to effectively execute. Why not wait until after the renewal when we can make a sound community-based decision, set new direction with new accountabilities, and finish what we started in 2009? Why risk it all to save ourselves 6 months? Why is the timing so important that the funding be stopped without stakeholder feedback? Why would we not finish the last 24 months, 23 months of our strategic plan, meet our obligations to our levy payers, and move forward in a unified new direction by the end of 2018? That's how partners work together. So I know that's a lot of information. I know I'm 9 seconds from my deadline. I've got my executive director here and my treasurer, Graham Bombardier. If there's any specific budget questions, I'm happy to answer any council questions at this time.
I just wanted to ask the question with respect to the meeting you referred to with respect to the PowerPoint presentation. I don't believe we had that PowerPoint presentation.
I have no ability to answer that question.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for the delegation? Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. If I might, Mr. Cooper, I'd like to have a copy of what you provided read out tonight. Thank you. When I made the motion that you made specific reference to in adding items, there was more than one added item to the core services review, of which the DNBIA was one, and this conference center was another. And there was other additions as well. So I'm quite comfortable with the fact that we have done a core services review on 55% of our city operations. There's another 45% of our operations which will be undertaken, I hope, before my term on this council is done. And there's always difficult information when you are asking for a third-party, independent review on efficiencies and operations and other considerations. So I don't certainly apologize for placing VICC, because I hear it every day from the community about this facility, and have, as you have too, I'm certain. So it was important that we place that on the agenda, and anything, and NEDC and DM. So all of those interrelated. You couldn't do one without doing the other. You couldn't do the other without doing all of them. So they all had to be done, all at the same time, not cherry picking or picking and choosing. They were all done. So I'm glad they were all done. As far as budget and so on, and making a case for the demise, if you will, of the DNBA as a result of non-matching funds, but there is, I think the city has extended a location that would be less involved from a rental perspective. I'm seeing people shake their heads in the audience, but I thought for certain that those are some of the things that were being discussed or being undertaken to try to reduce the exposure, to try to reduce the expenses of the operation. If that's inaccurate, then I apologize for my inaccuracies. When I went through the budget, I see things like security as an example, and I'll just take that one, and there was a $25,000 amount, I think, for security. And at last glance, there was $1,400 in 2016 expended on security, and which to me reads $23,000 plus was not invested in for its intended purpose, which would be security. Yet I hear that the streets are in need of security.
You bet they are.
So, I'd have to question how that was not fulfilled in terms of.
We could have answered that had we been there with an ability to defend ourselves.
Okay. And also, buying and selling is a two-way street. So is the opportunity for you to call me and say, hey, Bill, do you want to sit down and talk about the decisions that you're about to make or have made? Would you care to come and sit with us? I've phoned Corey before.
Sure.
I had a conversation most recently with Corey. Yep. So you're more than welcome, if you're going to stand here and call me out, you're more than welcome to call me, because we've known each other for a long time. We've sat on various committees together. And so you're more than welcome to call me, and there's no filter, and you and I can have a good conversation. And I would have been happy to have done that, because it is a two-way street.
Sure. I can comment to that. So appreciate that. I mean, my intention at the board table was to address each one of you in a one-on-one setting, and that was the strategy that I brought to the board table. So I totally agree with you, Bill, and my intention was to follow that. The board disagreed. The board, as a board, we decided that we wanted to wait until the opportunity to present to everybody in one setting, and have been effectively trying to make that meeting happen since September.
Mr. Cooper, if I could, I need you to address council as Councillor Bestwick.
Oh, sure, of course.
Thank you.
We're good.
But,
Councillors, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Gilcom.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and very challenging conversation. The question, actually, I don't know if it's, well, you're the delegate up there, but the question I have for Ms. Samra is, Ms. Samra, has the city, following the core review, what has the consultation been like with yourself, with the group? Referring to DNBA, if I may. Sorry, on the spot.
Yeah, well, I don't have all the meeting dates in front of us, but the day that the Core Services report was released, I think it might have been May or June, where we got the final report. We had meetings immediately after, literally 5-10 minutes after that meeting, with DMBIA, VICC, and NEDC to go over what the findings were and the recommendations. And so I guess over June, July, August, September, October, and November, there were numerous consultation sessions with DMBIA, seeking to see how the city could support them in dealing with the recommendations. And the recommendations were to, there's a range of them, but reducing the matching funds by 100%, reducing them by 50%, reducing them by 25%. So there were plenty of meetings with the chief financial officer, the executive director. I think board members attended the occasional meeting where we worked with them to come up with a budget and different proposals that they could bring in front of council to look at how the different funding cuts may or may not impact their operations. So there was probably more than a dozen meetings, and I can get those stats. And then you were copied on lots of different exchanges with the executive director and council most recently about the decision when you went to make 50% of the matching funds available for this organization and similar organizations to make application to access those funds for events in one category, and downtown revitalization in the second category. I immediately met with the executive director and explained that that was the decision, and again, did the offer for the city to support them in their budgeting. We also offered to flow cash early on in this quarter if they had fiscal pressures, recognizing that their fiscal year was different than ours and that some of these decisions may have operational impacts on them. So Victor Memo was prepared to flow money to make sure that there wouldn't be any negative or adverse impacts on the organization. Concurrent with these discussions were also a series of efficiency discussions with the NEDC, the VICC, the DMBIA, to see how we could have a hub in this very building where these different organizations could come in and operate rent-free and look at ways of being able to put their finance, their communication, and some of their other administrative operations together so that the costs would be less. So you weren't renting 3 fax machines for 3 different organizations, and you weren't dealing with all those other things. So I don't have all of that information in front of me. This wasn't what I was expecting for a presentation. I had reached out to both the presenter and the executive director to ask what it was that they'd be presenting on this evening, were there any issues that they needed staff to address, and was there any information that I could provide to them. So I don't have the fulsome documentation of the work that staff have done, the time that we spent making sure that we supported this organization, because it is an important organization, and we understand that when you're a nonprofit and there's cuts to your funding, you need to be able to work together collaboratively. So I'm quite confident that the corporate record clearly shows that the city didn't do something out of the blue, that there's been 6 months of discussions. And the reality is it's council that makes the decision on what you were going to do, and there was a finance and audit committee where they were scheduled to present. Unfortunately, there wasn't quorum, and they weren't given that opportunity opportunity at that time, but that doesn't mean over the last 6 months there hasn't been sufficient and intensive dialogue about what the funding cuts were meant. The deliberations of council in camera on the budget extended over an hour, with many of the issues being raised today being presented to council. It appeared to me that you had most of the information that was there. Of course, ideally, you would have had quorum for the finance and audit, and there would have been that one opportunity, but that doesn't negate the type of work that has been going on over the last 6 months and the information exchanges. Just give me one moment. I have to take a look at something here.
Just cover it off.
Yeah. Yeah, we've certainly done our due diligence, and Mr. Mema and his staff have definitely been supportive, and I have to say that working with Corey has also been very productive, and she's been very open to different ways that we could support them. I think the final sort of circle around was offering to flow funds sooner if that was necessary, and then clearly outlining what the process would be going forward for the DMBIA and any similar organizations to access that 50% of matching funds for events and for downtown revitalization. So in terms of the operational things, I'm not able to comment on what their decisions were and their staffing and how they want to operate, but we were still, up until this evening, in discussions about the space sharing and other efficiencies that we could do to support the organization.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, for coming tonight. I appreciate the information, and like all of us here, I think we're fans of downtown. We want to see a successful and a vibrant downtown Nanaimo. I appreciate the efforts that your organization has done in years past and continues to do, and I hope they will continue to do it. I want to assure you that the decision regarding the financing was a very difficult decision, and it was after lengthy discussion and debate. And personally, I am sorry that we did not hear from you first, but we did have lots of good information to base our decision on. I do have a couple of questions. Number one, I think it's partly been answered. Have you had recent discussions, or Corey possibly, recent discussions with the city involving the proposed efficiencies, those ways that we can help you?
Yeah, absolutely. The city's been, so I would say the communication we've received to date has been receiving information from the city. There's been no opportunity provided for us to provide detailed feedback in a forum like this since the core review results. But yes, we've received information. It's very vague information about the efficiency, certainly not any decision that a board could make a decision off of. And our board's as I've said in my speech, we're very supportive of efficiencies. I personally pay into that levy myself. I want to make sure this money gets spent in an effective manner and impacts revitalization. So any of those efficiencies we are very supportive of. In fact, even the core review recommendations we're very supportive of. I think I've been pretty clear with that really the only issue that we're taking to is the timing of this and the communication that went between us and the city really handicapped a successful outcome. By the time the decision was made, we had not provided feedback in mine and my entire board's opinion, and we're at a because of the way our funding model works, it comes very late to the game where it's very difficult for us to now respond to it. If we had this information 6 months ago, then we could have done something about it. But when you put it into the context of the way our funding works and where we're at now, it puts us in a very challenging political position. And I think I outlined that in my presentation, where we now have people that have agreed to pay a levy that we're still taking, but the operating grant's not being met. So there's, in my opinion, the risk of an outfall given that decision is really great. And if we just said, hey, let's go to our members with the idea to say, hey guys, the matching grants are no longer on the table. So we need to decide at the end of our 5-year strategic plan ending in 23 months from today, we need to decide how we regroup as an organization and how we move forward with the levy in a way that we can make revitalization work. To me, that makes a lot more sense. That allows us to use the information from the core review, bring it to our members, get their feedback, and reinvent ourselves the right way. This way is going to be infinitely more challenging. So that's why my questioning is really around the timing. Why are we so focused on the timing right now? Why can't you give us until the end of 2018? Announce today that the matching grant's off the table. Announce today that we have to identify measurable accountabilities to make sure that you can track our progress over time. Because I agree, that's been poorly done over the last 4 years, and it needs to improve. But why do we have to do that right now? When we are, in 6 months from now, we're spending thousands of dollars on community outreach. We're doing surveys. We're finding out where they want to go for the next 5 years. We've just spent the last 3 years working on a plan that we developed in 2013 that ends in 23 months. So you're effectively erasing 3 years of work with 2 years left. And we're going to the community outreach in 6 months. If you guys uphold the decision, it really puts us into emergency landing mode, and we're now forced to start our renewal process immediately, because we don't have the resources to operate outside of that. So let's do the renewal, and let's do a 23-month strategic plan.
Okay.
A new one.
May I, Mr. Mayor? I did have a second question, and it's a very simple one. For my information, Mr. Cooper, can you tell me how many properties or property owners are involved in the DNBI levy?
400.
400? Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I guess I need some clarification first.
Sure, Jerry.
Why are you in this dire need? I'm trying to explain the funding model, because we've allocated $113,000, which is half our operating grant, to events. So if you look at your budget and you scrap all your events, which was $92,000 last year, or what you were budgeted for, we're giving you $113,000. So I'm confused on why you can't survive with the money you have right now. And this money is sitting here. $113,000 is still sitting here. So hypothetically, we didn't even take your matching funds. We took half on a condition that this $113,000 goes to events and marketing, I'm assuming. I don't know what the breakdown or what it was, but I just don't understand why you need to earn this dire issue. There's money here. We didn't pull the money. We didn't say the money's gone. You can't get it. Yep. The money is still there. So you're only asking $92,000. We're giving you $113,000. So we're asking you to do other stuff that, what's so dire about it that you can't manage with the $250,000 that you're going to get from the business owners?
Sure. So there's two, and I'm going to get Greg, my treasurer, to really speak to this, because he understands the timing of the pen at a much deeper level. But I will say the recommendation of council of creating a pool of funds available and earmarking that money for certain tasks and making it open to other revitalization groups. First of all, I want to say that I personally love that idea. I think it works really well. The only problem I have with it is it's not nearly enough money. It's not even close to enough money, so it's too small. It needs to be quadruple what it is, and it becomes a really effective tool. So I think that idea that was tabled is a really good one, and I think we really support it because it's a creative solution. But I'm going to let Greg comment on the timing of the fund.
Yeah, Councillor Hong, you were discussing about the $113,000 that we've already received. Our budget's made based on a June year end. And so that funding that we've received is for the 6 months from July to December. And so you mentioned the events and the marketing and capital projects that go on in that time. That funding, $113,000, has already been spent on the activities that happened in those 6 months. So by cutting off our funding at December, that means all the programs that we would have received funding from you with future matching grants have effectively been cut off because we don't have any funds left for them.
No, that doesn't make sense, because you don't have to budget for events. So the only thing you need to budget for is your operational costs, which is general and administration, salary, wages, marketing, which you can defer. All this other stuff you can defer, like safety and security. I don't know what Councillor Bestwick said, what you're doing, but you just need money to pay rent and salary, because the money as of January 1st is sitting here for you $113,000 that you can tap into right now. And you were not going to get the other half anyway because we only give you half until June, like you said. So
we would actually have received a matching grant in January. Like, we received it 3 months in advance. That's what I mean. We received the first $113,000 you're referring to. We received it in July, and then we received the next quarter of it in September. So that funds is for that 3 months and then the October, November, December quarter. So we would have received, had you not cut it, a grant in January that would have been the next.
But what was that grant for? So had we had not cut it, what would you have used this money for?
It would have been for the events that happened within January, February, and March.
Which is?
Well, it would have been like Easter, Valentine's Day events. There would have been marketing initiatives going on, such as facade grants.
But it's still there. Like, that's what I'm saying is the money is there. You could tap into it right now. Tell me you want to do something for Valentine's Day, you need $5,000. Send it to your CAO or whoever is in charge of the portfolio, and we can issue $5,000 to you for Valentine's. So we didn't take your money. So I just don't understand the pressing matter. I get what you're saying, but what's so pressing about it? The money is there. Council has allocated the money. So you can access that money.
So you're referring to the 50% matching?
Well, for the events. I asked you what you needed the money for, and you said for the first 3 months of events. And I asked what events, and you said Valentine's Day. It's there. So.
And that's where we were talking about getting somewhat vague information about how that would work. So we've asked for clarification on that 50%, and we were under the impression that the 50% of that fund was open to any community organization, which I believe is true. We were also under the impression that that 50% wasn't available until next year. We also weren't sure if that was 50% going forward, so into our next fiscal, that'll be from June 2017 to June 2018. Is it just 50% of the funds available, or is it the whole 100% because that would be the whole year of matching grants? That's the information that we've been asking for and haven't been able to obtain.
As an organization, we end up running the risk of where we now have, so we can keep our staff on, but we have no money to do anything. So we can't continue, we can't limp through and expect our members to support a renewal in 2018. We just, if we just deal with this, we end up doing a half-assed job for the next 23 months, and no one on my board is willing to do a half-assed job, which means we have to reset. We have to reset new strategic plan based on our new reality and make the most out of the next 23 months and really set us up for failure on renewal time. And that's my whole point is I think we agree for the essential outcome. We're just talking about a timing issue here. And that's why I feel like had we had the opportunity to provide this insight prior to the decision, it would have been a lot more clear and made sense. We could have had this conversation ahead of a decision like we wanted to.
Thank you. Ms. Semmer.
Sure, thank you. Just there's a series of correspondence on December 20th and 21st that clearly set out the next steps and timeframes about how to access the money. So those were sent from myself to Corey Hostetter with Victor and Philip attached, and the series of those emails were sent through and copied to council. And why I don't have the stuff in front of me, my recollection is when you were going through your budget in the in-camera discussion, there was a submission from DMBIA giving each scenario. There's a correspondence exchanges between the CFO and the executive director saying, if we cut 100% of your matching funds, what will happen? If we cut 50%, what will happen? If we cut 25%? And so they gave that information to you that was available for you in your deliberations. So those are, and there isn't for city staff to say when you have a reduction in your money, how should you use that money? It's up to the nonprofit society to say, if we're having budget cuts, what do we do on the operational side in terms of staffing and rental space, and what do we do on our program and service delivery side? And yes, they're difficult decisions and choices to make, but I think the fact that there was that exchange and that those things were generated in advance of those meetings for the Finance Committee and your finance deliberations in December demonstrates that there had been ongoing discussions between the city staff and the organization. You know, I appreciate that it is unfortunate he wasn't able to present in person at the Finance Committee, but that information's there. I can dig through and find out more. But I just draw your attention to look in your own mailboxes for those dates, and so we're certainly shared with the organization. In terms of whether or not there's detailed information on the efficiencies, there's actually tables and grids and meetings with the different organizations and looking at what would your rental space savings be, what would your storage cost things. So we were going through the figures. We didn't have the final overall cost savings on the efficiency because we didn't get to that point. We still need to sit down with them, but that's on the table. And again, as I said, if there's an issue of flowing funds, there's no reason why certain contributions can't be flowed at an earlier date to ensure that there isn't any dire consequences in their operations.
Great news.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I'd be very willing, of course, to sit down with you at any time, and I want to reinforce that. And I just have one question, maybe your financial person or treasurer, but you also in your line items is storage, $3,500, I believe it is, just going off memory. Is that by chance the staging and the awning or canopy that's been purchased?
You'll need to come up to the microphone, but I'm gonna cut this real short with respect to very specific line items that's not what we're here for tonight. So we'll let this one question be answered, but I'd ask council not to provide any more
just for
questions.
clarification, the $3,500 in storage is given to us in kind, and we get that from Budget, who gives us storage in exchange for some advertising.
Thank you. And is there any other storage requirements?
We have around 1,100 square feet of storage from our property manager, which we get in kind as well.
None from the city?
Not at this time. Oh yeah, no, we do. We have our truck with the trailer that's sitting at one of the city yards.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I think that first of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Cooper, for coming and the board members and staff for accompanying you and supporting you in this. I don't know whether there are other questions, but I wouldn't mind just receiving the delegation, moving to receive
Councillor
the
Yoakum,
delegation.
do you have questions for the delegation? Okay. Thank you.
No, they'll be cut off, so.
Councillor Brennan.
So I move that we receive the delegation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bestwick. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Mr.
Councillor Brennan.
So I think what we saw tonight was gross confusion, I think, over how we came to the decision, how we expected it would roll out, how our staff attempted to do it, how it was received by the DMBIA. Very little connection between the different perspectives. And that's unfortunate, I think, because it has caused a lot of consternation for a partner that we've had for 16 years.
Sit down, please, sir. You have a delegation at some point future?
It's regarding this matter.
No, sir. Sit down, please.
This discussion.
Sir, sit down.
After you've heard from myself.
Sit down. Sir, you will have your opportunity to speak to council.
On this topic.
Yes. Not now, councillor. Sir, sit down.
Sir, I would respectfully ask that I be able to speak to council on my delegation.
No, sir.
You were the one who
No, sir.
was your original request.
Thank you. Councillor, we're going to have a recess. 5 minutes.
The DNBIA. I would like to see us go, and I particularly aggrieved because it was a 16-year relationship that does do a whole pile of important work for us downtown, and we've kind of forgotten sight of that. We had a partnership in the Gazzola building. That was as a result of work by the DNBIA. The what do we call the facade grants? Those are administered through the DNBIA. That's the Modern Cafe. Several other businesses downtown have used the services of them. And there's just no sense in going through them all. That's not the point of this. But I think that what we are faced with tonight is the DNBIA saying, we wanted an opportunity to sit with council. We met with staff, we met several times with staff, but we really wanted an opportunity to meet with council. We think maybe the outcome would have been different, and maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't, I don't know. But I'd like to see us afford them that opportunity to meet with us in the next week or two, to give them that opportunity to hear them out, to look at our decision, either confirm it or change it, and in particular, look at the opportunity we have to say we're going to continue this funding for the 2 years that are left on the BIA tax. I'd like us to have an opportunity to talk to them about that. That's what they want to talk to us about. So I move that staff arrange for a meeting with council and the DNBIA, or have the DNBIA on the next Finance and Audit Committee. Don't care how it works, but I want it. I would like to see it happen.
Councilor Brennan, I wonder if you can hold that motion until after we've heard from all the delegations. We've got 2 more delegations. One will be on this topic. So if you wouldn't mind holding that until then.
Nope.
Did we have a motion to receive the nomination?
Yeah, I thought I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay, so next item. Angela Fang and Michael regarding an update from the Chinese communities of Chinese Freemasons, the Nanaimo Chinese Cultural Society, and the Chinese Women's Society, and the Nanaimo Asian Professional Association. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes. If I can have your names and cities of residence, please.
To present today and for society and association. And first, I'd like to introduce the background of this society and association. My name is Angela Fang. I'm the chairman of the Chinese Freemason Society. And this is Michael Guan, and he's also the Chinese Freemason Society and the Nanaimo Chinese Culture Society, also Dak Kong Club and chairman. And also my other fellow associate, and it's Hayden Fu, and he's also represent the Nanaimo Chinese Culture Society member and the Chinese Freemason Society. And the Nanaimo Chinese Culture Society, founded in 1982, over 100 members, and has been promoting Chinese culture to our local community for over 35 years. And through Lunar New Year and events and previous Chinese school, and partner with Central Vancouver Island Multicultural Society to hosting a lot of Lunar New Year events. And the present chairman is Cindy Ching, and she's not feeling well today, so did not have a chance to make it, and we apologize about that. And the second, we would like to also introduce the Chinese Freemason Society. It's one of the oldest and most respected nonprofit organization in Canada, was founded in Nanaimo, 1929. And so has been right now over 40 members. We have lost a lot of the members due to the aging. So it's disconnect from the older generation to the new generation and immigrants. And previously has been over 300 peoples in this members in the Chinese Formation Society. In the past 50 years, Nanaimo Chinese Society has established a good relationship with community and the First Nation and peoples. And through the times we were difficult, there was always the sense of commitment and contribution to the Nanaimo community. Also, the Nanaimo Formation has participated in major charity events, independent projects, and participate to be beneficial to local community, and provided volunteer works and help their members and the general public to past decades. And President Commissioner is myself and Michael Guan. And the third community is Nanaimo Chinese Women's Society. It's founded in 2015, have over 300 members presently. The chairman is Cindy Ching. The society has been and hold many meaningful charitable events, and basically previously has done to help Nanaimo Hospital to raise some surgical light. Yeah. And also the fourth association is Nanaimo Asian Professional Association, founded in 2015. Right now has over 100 members. The chairman is Tina He, and so has been raising a lot of fund to also help the hospital as well. And let's introduce Hayden Fu, and he will introduce regarding to our activities, and then also the challenge later will be introduced by Michael Guan. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening, everyone. So, talk about our activities. We did quite a lots actually in the past couple of years, because both of the Nanaimo Asian Professional Association and also the Women's Society are pretty new organization. It's only founded for about 2 or 3 years. So in the past 2 or 3 years, we did lots of stuff in the community. You can see from the picture that the Mulan percussion show was from last year at the Port Theater. It was over 800 people participated, and was very successful. And we had great feedbacks. And we didn't ask for any funding because last year we got enough, fundraising and also donations and selling tickets from the Port Theater. And this one is the charity sale. That was it's like a garage sale. So all the families, they donate their stuff, like electronic stuff, their clothes, and everything to the garage sale. That was funded by organized by the Nanaimo Chinese Women's Society. And we raised lots of money, and it's hard to see from there, but the total number was over 4,000. And we purchased the surgical lights to the hospital, which is the picture shows over there on the right hand. And this one here was the donation, fundraising and donation to the Red Cross for the last year, Port McMurray. And the total number we raised was $4,880 something, close to 5,000, and all donated to the Red Cross. And this one here is the we did fundraising again and donate the full amount to the Vancouver Island in a multicultural society for the Syria refugees. That was about close to $1,000, not exactly, but pretty close. So here are some pictures for other activities we did, and we try to organize try to get all the new immigrants, because across Canada, actually across the whole world, there's lots of immigrants from China, and we try to get them together to learn the culture, to let them learn the language and just know better about the culture, about language. So that's why we organize all the activities. And the New Year, which is the Chinese New Year, becoming this year, will be this Sunday, but we celebrate for 15 days. And our event will be February 12th, which is Lunar New Year dinner gala in the Bibbin Park Social Center. And so this part, at this stage, we actually have challenges. So right now, allow me to pass to my partner, Michael Guan, to talk a little bit more about that.
So good evening, Mayor and councilors. So basically, our committee have our challenge. We'd like to explain in the past couple of years what challenge for. But first of all, for our buildings, which is our famous buildings, which is about 50, 60 years old, but in the past decades, and this property will help lots of the very good events for our communities. But however, for the last couple of years, so the building have the lack maintenance because the budgets and getting older and older building. So recently, we have the very serious leak from the water tank. So it cost the whole building just like you see that, and cost over 10 grand for the repair. But also we have to pay more than $3,000 and $4,000 for the deductible for the additional cost. Also, the upstairs tenant is left because the leaking for the buildings. So, and in the same time, we got the challenge for the homeless people to damage our building and dump lots of garbage to here. Get lots of the pictures will show what's the challenge for our here for the Freemason building. So then the people would not come here because the building loads. We very difficult to hold more events due to this scenario. So even though another thing is right now, I think we're over 4,000 church people in town, maybe more, but we need to have a good place to hold lots of events to let them to connect to the local community and neighborhoods. So we also would do our best to raise the funding to help us, such as like a garage sale. Any chance we would like to raise the funding, but just still a little. So basically, even though we still have the challenge, but we still try our best to continue our most important event, Chinese New Year. However, selling the tickets or the small amount of donation and the support still not enough to hold 600 people events. So we carry the budgets for selling tickets only cover the food cost. And the some donation only cover a little for the rent for the Bibbin Park. And we also have more cost for a Triple T renting the plates and also additional cost. So we still have some problem if we can continue how to such large the events. And so we need city to help us to continue our work for our communities. So for example, to help us to raise 5,000 funding to support our 2017 activities, because we lost idea to express our Chinese culture. So we had a lot of the voice about we want to reopen the Chinese school. So the Chinese school has been open for the last 10 years, but was closed, I think it was 8 years ago for the budget reason.
We need to get you to wrap up, sir.
Pardon me?
You're at your time now.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry about that. So, and another request to waive the rental fee to help us to get more fundraising to get for the 2017 activities. And also, if possible, can waive the 2017 property tax for the Hackett Street building, because now our budget's not enough to maintain the building. And so basically,
So in 04, society and association are based on the volunteer basis.
Yes.
So no one has collected any wages or anything. Mm-hmm. And so we would like to keep our community continue to run and in coherence with the local other community as well. So we just need some help with the city and to help with our event and if can be has free rent instead of to getting a lot more funds we've been personally donated a lot of money into the society to keep the event and to catering to all the people in Nanaimo. And right now, because there's more and more new immigrants came into town, and we're trying to assist them based on all our volunteer efforts. So let's need some help from the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to ask, but will the admission for your two events, so you have one at the Port Theatre and you have one at Bevan Park, is that correct?
The part for the rental fee, but right now we asked the Port Theatre to help us to sell the tickets, but we charge the admission fee. So basically it's about 200, something like that.
So, thank you. So would the sale of the tickets, like if you sold 80% of your tickets for both of those events or whatever the number is, will that break you even? Like, do you know, obviously you know what your break-even point is on both of those events?
We give about 100.
So the two events you are talking about is actually, you probably get confused. One event was from the Port Theatre, was last year, was very successful. And we make a little bit money, but we make that part of money to the to running the future events.
Okay, so we're not talking about that event right now.
We do talking about the event, which is the new one at the Bevan Park Social Center. Yes.
Okay.
We are close, but not enough. We basically, from our calculation, is about 2,000 to 3,000 short for the whole event to make it happen.
So if you sell out, will you break even?
After we sell all the tickets, we'll be break even, but we still need to work harder on the ticket selling. And also, that's one part. The other part is the staff renting, like the audio and the lights and the place and all that stuff add together. Everything add together, we still short for $2,000 to $3,000. So that's why we are here today and asking for the support to waive the fee. We're not asking cash or anything. We want to waive the fee for the same idea, but not cash. To waive the fee for the renting for the social media room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I wonder if I could ask the question. There were two items there. Can you flash back on your okay, there we go. So waive the rental fee on Bevan Social Center. Waive the 2017 property tax of $850 Hackett. And help us raise $5,000 funding to support our 2017 activities, such as reopening the Chinese school. The admin fee for the Port Theatre. So you're selling for the event at, I think that's where we're getting confused. The event at Bevan, you're selling tickets through the Port Theatre?
That's right, yes.
Okay, so that's where that comes in. Okay. So it's rental fee of Bevan and the admin fee of Port Theatre. Okay, thank you. Ms. Semmer.
You could certainly do the waiving of the rental fee for the Bevan Park Social Center. You can recommend to the Port Theatre that they waive the admin fee, but you can't actually do that for them.
Thank you. And as far as the property tax exemption, those happen once a year, and that was back in October. So we couldn't do anything for this year, but we can certainly have staff show you how to process an application for 2018. So I think I've got that right. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was going to comment on that as well and say what you just said. So my understanding is you have not in past received or applied for a property tax exemption on the Hackett Street property? No. All right.
Andrew and three of us just took over the board director from the old generation, so we don't know what the past parties submit or not because they were older people, language barrier, so probably they didn't know about it.
Right. So what the mayor said was quite correct. Unfortunately, it's too late for this coming year, but it's something that you could talk to our city staff about and get a form and look at, see if you qualify for future years. No guarantees, but it's something that you should pursue. And I would also add that there is on the Grants Advisory Committee a very small budget for special emergency grants. And again, I don't know if this situation would apply, But it is something that you could investigate and look into, and I would suggest that you do that, and staff can help put you on the right track there. Thank you. I really appreciated your presentation. I really didn't know that you did so much in our community, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer, who would stick handle this at the city level?
I'll follow up after their presentation, and we'll look to see what we can do, because I know your time frame is short.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
I just wanted to add to the comments about the missing the deadline on applying for a property tax exemption, that there is an opportunity to apply for a cash grant. So that could be added to the list of possible solutions.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, guys. It's nice to see you again. My family is one of the founding people in 1982. Uncle them to be part of the Chinese Multicultural Society at that time, and they are members of the Freemasons. So I'm not a member. I feel bad. If you added me, it could have been 41. I might have been in conflict. So thank God I'm not. Going forward, would we need motions for this at this point, or what's the options here?
Sammer.
So my recommendation is if we do need some motions, you're reconvening on Wednesday. So if we have a discussion tomorrow in advance of publishing the notice and the agenda items, we may be able to get this on.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I'd like us to receive the delegation if there's no more questions for the delegation. So I'd so move if there's no more questions.
Okay, so you're moving receipt, and Councillor Pratt is seconding. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Stay tuned. Don't leave.
Your Worship, I just wanted to let you know that Councillor Fuller is on the phone as well.
Thank you. So the next one is, the next presentation is Mr. Larry Gardner regarding the Regional District of Nanaimo updating their 10-year solid waste management plan. Thank you for your patience.
It'll be sexy.
Oh, thank you. I mean, it's kind of appropriate. I'm talking trash, and we may as well leave that to the end and take it out with the...
Did you see those pictures?
Absolutely. Did you have the remote? So, Your Worship, Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and present to you. I'm going to talk a little bit about where we are with the solid waste management plan. No?
There we go.
So we've been working on the solid waste management plan, an update to it, for the last couple of years. So I'll talk about how that process is going. Our first solid waste so what is a solid waste management plan? Basically sets the policies and services for what we deliver as local government. The first one was in the late 80s, early 90s. It was updated in 2004, and we're going through an update again, and it'll carry us through for the next decade. No? There we are. So, what is a plan? How do we update it? It's really a three-stage process. The first stage we really did in 2013, 2014. That's simply looking at, where are we at? What have we done? Did we accomplish what was set out in the 2004 plan? Essentially, we did. The stage two, that's really looking at what are the options for the future. And this is really the bulk of the planning process. So we established an advisory committee to look at what some of the options were. We've done quite a bit of consultation with the community, done newsletters to all the homes. We've done a region-wide survey. We've met with key groups and businesses along the way. And we're getting to the end where we've got some preferred options to put on the table. And that's what we're doing now, is getting out into the community, let people know what we're working on. So we're getting near the end of the stage two. The next stage is really just putting together a bit more of the finances, putting together a timeline. Hopefully it goes to our board in either late summer, early fall for approval of the regional board, and then it ultimately goes to the Minister of Environment for approval, and then we're off to implementing it over the next 10 years. So where did we start? Always helps to take a look at where you start to figure out where you're going. In the 80s, for every man, woman, child, we were producing about 1,100 kilograms of waste per year. By the 90s, we cut that in half, and that's actually pretty remarkable for the province. So we were down about 550 kilograms per person per year. In 2003, when we redid our last plan, that's when the regional district adopted the goal of zero. So the long-term vision, we want to get to zero waste sometime in the future. Where are we right now? We're about 68% diversion, 350 kilograms per person per year. Pretty remarkable when you look at, the BC average is around 520. And where do we want to go? This plan proposes that we get to 90% diversion, or 109 kilograms per person per year. It's quite a remarkable challenge. This was put together with an advisory committee that represents a community. City staff were involved in that as well. Very committed to pushing the waste diversion as far as we can. I'm not going to run through all of these. We looked at a lot of options. Everything from changes to like a curbside program, changes to services, providing more services at regional facilities like drop-off, like electronics. We did a jurisdictional scan to see how we're doing compared to the rest of the world. And by the way, we're as good as it gets in the world. We've got detailed reports that assess all of these. All of them are available on our website as well, so if anybody's interested or anybody in the gallery is interested in getting more information, our staff would be happy to work with them, and we've got all of this is available on our internet site. So one of the things, in 2004, we adopted the long-term vision as zero, but what does that mean? So one of the things our committee saw was really important was actually defining what zero waste is, and what they're recommending is we adopt the Zero Waste Alliance definition of zero waste, which really goes beyond just the 3 R's and really focuses on highest and best use in walking through the waste reduction hierarchy. So how will we reach a goal of 90% diversion? We figure we can get something in the order of 6% more, really through collaboration, advocacy, and a lot of this relies on expansion of existing stewardship programs. So we will see opportunity over the next decade. We believe continuing to work with our other partners, other levels of government, we can expand some of those existing programs and improve on them. More directly, we figure if we continue with these same services, save programs we have, put more effort into them, do a better job, we figure we could potentially get another 6%. If we really want to push diversion, it actually comes through introduction of new processes and really new regulations, and I'll get into those a little bit more. So education and enforcement, this is really more, if we continue with these same programs we have and we put more effort into them, it would be increased education in kind of all our areas. So the commercial sector, public education, zero waste, construction demolition waste. If we take that another step further and we do more enforcement with our existing rules, because right now we're largely, although we have a number of bylaws in place where it's largely voluntary, we can put more focus on enforcement. If we were to do all of those things with existing programs, I mentioned that would get us in the order of 6% more diversion. That would come at a cost of something in the order of another $300,000 added to our annual solid waste budget. But where's really the greatest opportunity? And if you look at, and this is a graph of the commercial waste sector, you can see, this is from 2012, you can see the amount of waste that's still available for diversion. So it's all, pretty much all of the compostable organics, as well as the plastics, papers. It's, 2/3 of the waste stream could potentially still be diverted. If we're going to push those limits, that's where we get into regulations. So right now we don't have the ability to require source separation. So we can't compel anybody to actually separate their waste. One of the things that we're suggesting is we look at the authority. Right now, regional government cannot do that. The province has the ability to give regional districts the power to introduce bylaws that would require source separation. That's one of the things that we're looking at, is asking for that authority by virtue of the solid waste management plan. The second thing is looking at potentially licensing waste haulers. That would give us the ability to set economic structures that actually starts to push waste more to business, because business is really good at diversion, especially if you can set up a process where it's economically beneficial to build businesses on recycling and waste diversion. So really, these are the areas we see getting the biggest gains, but they do take additional authorities for us to be able to do that. And then finally, keep our eye on the future. So we'll continue to monitor what we do for waste disposal. We'll continue to look at other ways to reduce waste or emerging technologies. We did do, as part of the planning exercise, we did look at a range of waste technologies that are available, including incineration, pyrolysis, thermal processes, as well as multi-material recycling facilities. Really what we're proposing to target is on source separation. And then the collaboration with local governments, that's really building on the advocacy piece that we already do a lot of, but we propose to continue doing more of that. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bestwick.
I do that all the time. Thanks, Mr. Gardner. Just one thing comes to my mind, or that was on one of your bullets there: enlisting waste haulers as licensed partners in doing it right. So somehow I read into there an inference that they're doing it right. We just haven't licensed them to take full advantage of what they can provide or offer that we're not already offering. Once again, I'm seeing shaking heads in the audience, but nonetheless. So can you help me understand that?
It's a fabulous question, and this is really the most innovative piece, and it's also the one that gets a little bit more complicated, and I wish I had a bit more time to kind of walk through all the detail. But bottom line, business is way better at diversion than government. If you go, some of our providers in this area like DBL, if you ever get a chance to go down their facility and see what they're managed to pull out of the waste stream, it's just remarkable. They're way better at it than we are. If we can push more of the waste through their businesses and give them the motivation to actually pull the materials out, that's where we'll get more diversion. If we can also set up an economic structure, so if we were to set up a fee differential, for example, where waste haulers, licensed haulers, actually pay a lower fee for disposal than others, the waste will start to flow more through business. They're better at diversion. As they capture more of the waste stream, they end up setting up more facilities. We end up with more convenience as consumers. So it's a way to change the structure so we can actually drive the waste through business because, again, they're better at diversion than we are.
Thank you. So just a follow-up. So does that meet the threshold of education that you speak to, awareness that you speak to? If we know somebody is there that is equipped to do it, and they do it well, and it will help our environment, and there may be a lesser charge, in fact, because if the more that they do and separate, then from for me, I'm sitting there going, well, what are we, if we're only trying to target for 6%, and I don't mean only, 6% is a great number, onto the 68 or whatever percentage rate is right now, then why wouldn't we entertain licensing in a strategic way gradually on a scale? Say, well, you know what, we're going to do it with them and see how it plays out. And if it plays out really well, we might increase it, and then just through that, more private operators might say, what about us?
You're absolutely right. So with any of the programs we've looked at, it's any change would, it'd be focused on education first before you regulate. As far as regulating a portion of the sector, that would be very difficult to do, and not regulate all of the sector that operates in our area. So what the idea is to set up where anybody hauling waste for profit is a licensed operator. So again, what that allows you to do is start to build in an economic structure. So as I mentioned, for example, right now, if we increase, one of the easiest ways to drive diversion is just increase cost of disposal, right? So we can raise the cost of disposal. The problem is there's lots of other low-cost disposal available, so it actually, instead of getting diversion, which you want, you just get it relocated to another area. So instead of using that as the economic trigger, right, by licensing haulers, we can capture the people that operate in our area, provide them a lower fee for disposal, for example, that's lower than us, lower than the landfill. Now they can outcompete us for the waste. Right now, they have to pay the same price as everybody else. So anything that flows through them, they have a cost to process it, and then whatever they bring to us, they have the same cost as everybody else. So ultimately, their cost is higher to be able to process it. If we can change that dynamic so they can actually, so they're paying a lower cost, right? They can outcompete us for waste. So people will start to haul waste to their facilities. Right now, a third of the waste we get at the landfill and the transfer station comes by self-haul customers, people in their cars and their pickup trucks, right? Because they don't take it to those other businesses because ultimately they'd end up paying a higher cost than they would to us. So if we can change that dynamic, because business is better at diversion than we are, and actually have the waste flow more through business, it lowers our cost as government to provide facilities because we have less customers. It provides more services because if there's more opportunity for business to make money on it, they locate more facilities around, so it provides better convenience for us as customers, and it still makes them viable for actually processing the materials, which is what they're good at.
I'm sold.
Yep. Councillor Brennan? Nope. Councillor
Hong. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It's really interesting on the way that it's presented. Companies do a better job. Companies will divert, and I agree. They should get a break on what we talked about. The funny thing is we should, as much as I hate to say it, but if we're serious about diversion, communities should have dumpsters like condo units and strata units. This individual garbage pickup per household is not efficient. Private corporations that pick up dumpsters divert, and the garbage goes to our landfill. Now that we talk about automation, 160-liter bins, we're talking about more garbage. So if we're ever going to achieve 109, at the rate that we're going, how is that going to be possible unless somehow, like you said, there is a secondary sorting process before it ends up in our landfill? That's the only way we're going to get to this. All garbage has to be sorted before it gets to the landfill? Because I can't see it getting to this number any other way.
I'd agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I want to be garbage bin outside of my street there, but anyways, just kidding. But a more serious question I have: is there any way, any studies or experiments going on where we can create energy with the landfill? Some form of energy to. I don't know, just throwing that out there. I was thinking. Remember a while ago there was some form of.
We do at our landfill.
Sorry?
We do at our landfill. We've got a partnership with Cedar Road Bioenergy. We give them the gas, and they combust it in internal combustion engines, turn it into electricity, and it gets put on the grid. And we've been doing that for 6 years. Yeah. Come on, we'll take you for a tour.
Whatever I could, as a member of the Regional Solid Waste Advisory Committee, otherwise known as RSWAC. It's one of the most interesting committees that you'll ever be on, and a very, very, very dedicated group, from business all the way across to not-for-profit and interested citizens. In fact, we have a model in multifamily down here at Cameron Island where they have done their own they've taken on their own challenge with respect to sorting of recycling, and it's really quite a model. Unfortunately, we don't have a requirement in the city of Nanaimo to do sorting at site, and that's one of the things that the contractors and the industry's asking for. The problem they have is they can't do it unless we give them the teeth and the regulations to do it. In other words, if you go to a company A and you say, I want to be able to do all of these different items, including recycling, so I want to separate into 4 different categories on my site with 4 separate bins, you're probably going to pay about 4 times as much as if they bring a single bin in there and put it all into one bin. So you're competing with your competitors that'll supply you with 1 bin for a quarter of the cost of 4. So they tell us they need the regulation and the enforcement that can only be provided by having the solid waste management plan put together with the province's backing. Councillor Hong made another one. C&D, construction and demolition waste. If you watch the way a company like DBL does their construction and demolition waste, it's really quite amazing to watch. You'll watch all these nice little piles, and everything is separated, and every last scrap of metal, for example, goes into metal bins. They do a really, really good job of it. The entire demolition at the Wellington School was done by a contractor who farmed out the demolition, the C&D waste, to a single bin operator. It all went into one bin. There was no requirement to sort, and it all went over to Fraser Valley into a cheap hole in the ground. That's what our guys compete with. We've seen situations in Nanaimo where houses disappear, and then we hear about a big bonfire on the weekend out in Cedar. Whereas the guys that are doing it right, they would never dream of doing something like that. Making a blanket statement that companies do a better job is not always the case. Remember, when we were talking about automation, we were talking about a fully automated system at about $110 per household per year. And I think all of council got a real angry letter from a fellow who came from West Kelowna, where they have private garbage pickup. For the same bins that we were going to be charging $110 a household per year for, they were charging $165 because they had private operators that were doing it with a motive for profit. We could go on all day, right, Larry?
Oh yeah, and I'd hate to suggest that RDN staff don't provide an excellent service, because they do. But we're just not as nimble as the private sector. So when the antique Coke machine came in, and it got unloaded into the scrap bin, and the guy from Grey Beverage is going, "Can I buy that thing?" And our staff are going, "No, it's going in the scrap bin," because we don't have the ability to adjust for those kinds of policies. And that's why we're not as nimble and not as innovative as what the private sector is. And so we can't compete with them on the diversion side. If we can encourage them to do it, they'll do it very well.
Okay. So Councillor Fuller has joined us by telephone. Do you have any questions for the delegation, Councillor? Thank you. All right, motion to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Hong. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
I did bring some little highlight documents. I'll leave them with staff. If you're able to grab one, it runs through the highlights. It's worth taking a look at.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have another delegation. The next delegation is Mr. Tim McGrath on the DNBIA.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tim McGrath, 431 3rd. As a taxpayer in the city of Nanaimo, I would like to commend the majority of Council for cutting the matching funding to the Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvement Association. You are saving us $250,000 a year in taxes, which, in my opinion, has gone to doing absolutely nothing to improve downtown. Over the last 16 years, you've been giving out this matching funding, which amounts to $4 million. The other $4 million has come from the downtown property owners, for a total of $8 million. Nanaimo has been the only city giving out this extra matching funding. Most municipalities have dropped that antiquated system. Most residents are afraid to come downtown, and little has been done to beautify and attract residents. Most people go to the malls. The return on investment for the $8 million has been very poor. There is an aggressive panhandling, illegal drug dealing, sleeping, defecating in the doorways that has been a growing problem. What has the BIA done? Its Safety and Security Committee has not met in the last 2 years. Although they claim safety and security is its #1 pillar for revitalization. Last year, this committee, as pointed out earlier, only spent $1,400 and some odd dollars. That is next to nothing of the BIA's overall $500,000 budget. They're not even trying. Obviously, their spending does not match their priorities. Since the BIA began 29 years ago, it has been given over $11 million from taxpayers and downtown property owners. But half to 3/4 of the DNBIA's budget goes to wages and administration. What's left to do anything? Only now that you've cut its funding does the group claim it has so much to do. It says it wants to work on the public space development, growth strategy for the Friday night market, and charrette projects. But all of this should have been done years ago with the over $11 million from taxpayers. Fixing up Diana Krall Plaza, the recent promises of streetscaping, plants, and furniture should have been done long before now. Tax money has been given to this business group so that they can send their board members and staff to conventions, purchase alcohol and appies for their meetings. The money should have gone to projects to improve the downtown. Wrapping up, I'd like to thank the citizens and the taxpayers of Nanaimo for finally watching our money and cutting this organization funding. As someone who is in the downtown a lot, I see very little that the DNBIA has accomplished. Now, the DNBIA, as Mr. Cooper pointed out, I would suggest the DNBIA has had plenty of time to rejig realign, and rethink. They attempted to call out Councillor Beswick and gave the date that they've known that this process has been occurring. They've had plenty of time, well over a year. So for them to appear now and claim that, oh, timing is all wrong, they've had plenty of time. They've had plenty of time. They've had plenty of opportunities. Ms. Samra and Mr. Hung has clearly pointed out that the city has been more than willing. Have they even moved their office yet? I guess not.
Address council, sir.
I guess not. Have they even made plans for it? Did they even read the documentation they were given? They're claiming that they didn't know how to do this and they didn't know how to do that. Pick up the phone, call city staff, and ask if you don't understand the documents. This is ridiculous. This has been beaten to death. To beat it anymore is a waste of the city's time and a waste of the taxpayers' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the delegation? Seeing none, motion to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Beswick, seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Are there any motions or business arising out of delegations? Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we invite the DNBIA to attend our next Finance and Audit Committee and make their presentation at that time so that council has an opportunity to have this kind of discussion, which really was close to committee discussion. We can have it there with them. I think that would go a long way to us both understanding each other's situation.
Is there a seconder? I'll second it. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Councillor Beswick.
I have two questions of staff. Number one, when is our next Financial and Audit Committee meeting? Number one. And number two is, have we already passed the threshold of decision-making?
The next Finance and Audit Committee meeting is February 8th. The second question, time for reconsideration has expired. But there's certainly an opportunity to discuss the new process for accessing the $115,000 for events and revitalization, if that's the type of dialogue you wish to have, or to have a conversation about the efficiencies.
Thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. In regards to this, the latter question, opportunity to fund to access the funds, is that more of a, to me, that'd be not really a governance issue. That'd be more of a staff ED to yourself role, where does it need to be politicized when there's a process in place?
We want to bring a report to council that goes through the process and criteria and eligibility to apply for the $115,000 and to get your feedback on what you think are appropriate events and what's appropriate for downtown revitalization. So we'll prepare that, give it to council, and then get your feedback on that so we can run the process.
So if I may proceed, thank you. I was under the impression when we discussed that it'd be open to all legit groups as such as other entities in the city as well. So if we're going to entertain 101 for the DNBA, would we do the same for the other groups as well?
So it'll be two separate things. One is the eligibility, and your motion said the DNBIA and like organizations.
Yes.
So you get to decide that. I think what Councillor Brennan's asking, I'm not sure exactly, but is an opportunity that didn't happen because there was no quorum for the last Finance and Audit Committee prior to the budget being finalized before December 31st, is to allow a presentation and perhaps discussion of the whatever DNBIA wants to say.
Absolutely, I agree with that, and I also want to know those other entities, as we stated, should we give them the same information on how to access these dollars as well?
Everybody will get that. It'll be published and advertised so that every organization in the city of Nanaimo will have that information and determine if they want to apply for it.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I think it is good. We should meet. They are a stakeholder. like everybody else, I think we should be checking in with our organizations at least once a year. I think we've made that commitment. So I think that they are an organization that we fund and we should meet, and I think it's good for an update. I know we missed some opportunities, so I think this isn't anything new, and we should get together. That's important. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Councillor Fuller.
And I can't even remember what it was about, unfortunately. But he had mentioned that, Mr. Cooper had mentioned that they had done something poorly for the last 4 years. He admitted to having done it poorly, that the DMBIA had done it poorly. And why is it we have to wait until the city comes up with changes to funding for those groups to admit they've done something poorly? You look at the NEDC earlier this year, there was an audit done 4 years ago. There were recommendations. Those recommendations were never followed. We found that out this year. So I'm not going to support this motion for one reason, in that what happens with the next group that we might cut funding for through the core services review? Why even do a core service review if you're not going to take into consideration the recommendations that come before you? It took us quite a while to get to the point where we decided 50% would go to events. Now, I know for a fact there are groups out there that want to move on with this. They want to be applying for those events. They want to be applying for that funding. DMBIA 1 can do it. DMBIA 2 can do it. Victoria Crescent Association can do it. Any group could apply for funding for events in the downtown. I think we need to move on with it, so I won't be supporting bringing this to the Finance Committee.
Councillor Fuller.
They want to come and let us know what they plan on doing.
Councillor Fuller. Councillor Fuller.
Other than that, I'm not going to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. We'll note that you're going to oppose the motion that's on the floor. Okay, I'm going to call the question as there's no more speakers. Call the question on the motion that's on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillors Bestwick, Yocum, and Fuller opposed. Motion carries. Thank you very much. So the next item is question period. Councillor Thorpe?
Regarding follow-up from the delegation. Could I just have clarification, please, regarding the Chinese Cultural Society? I'd be prepared to make a motion regarding the waiving of the Beban Park fee, but I'm not sure if that's going to be contained in a staff report coming Wednesday.
Well, you can certainly, I'm committed to meeting with them tomorrow. They may make an application for some other funds for the events that are happening in February. So you can do it Wednesday, but you can do the waiving of the fees of the other one right now if you want. Doesn't really matter.
Whatever's easier or more convenient. I'm prepared to make that motion to waive the rental fees for Beban Park Social Center for the Lunar New Year celebration.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Ms. Curry, on this item?
No, Your Worship, after you're done with this item, you missed notice of motion, and Councillor Brennan had noted earlier in the evening. Oh, okay. She had one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion that's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councillor Bestwick.
I didn't hit any. Oh. We do this to ourselves a lot. We'll have a presentation, and then we'll make a emotional decision. What is the amount of the Bevan Park Social Centre wave of what? The hall rental, the tables, the chairs, the setup. So what is the amount? Number one. Number two, I heard it said earlier that the name came up was Mr. Cuff, and if you read Mr. Cuff, it will say right in it, in all of his work, don't make a decision on the fly that night, sleep on it. I found myself in this position with the LeaderCast event. Very regrettable. So I don't understand. I don't know the number. I don't know the amount. We don't know if they sell out. If they sell out, they're going to break even. Is it that imminent? We can make a decision after the event's over and learn. We'll have more knowledge, and we say, well, in order for them to break even, they need $500. But we just waived $2,500. So I won't be supporting the motion, not because I don't think that they do a great service to our community, but I don't have any information on which to make a decision. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Rough cost is about $2,500 for the entire facility. Chairs and tables and all that stuff are free because you have to clean up after yourself. I support it because it's an organization that doesn't come before council. They don't know our rules. They're not here year after year asking for this because they just don't know how to do it. It's an organization that has a long standing in Nanaimo that doesn't come forward. They were always a private group. They didn't care about the rest. They did it for their people. Now they're trying to expand their culture and to get more people involved to be a part of the community. There's always been a strong Chinese community in Nanaimo. They died off. They moved away. It was great. I was part of those parades on the May Long weekend when I was in Lion Dance. They were in every parade. I haven't seen them for over a decade. And now we have a group that's interested in revitalizing this. I think we should support them. So, like Councillor Bestwick says, one way or the other, if it, after or before, I don't think it doesn't matter. I think it's for a good cause, and I think it's culturally diverse that we should support it because we support everything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brennan.
I'm not going to add anything to what Councillor Hong said because he said it so well.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillor Bestwick opposed. Councillor Fuller? Thank you. Show Councillor Bestwick and Councillor Fuller opposed. Motion carries. Any other business arising from delegations? Seeing none, we'll go back to notice of motion.
I hope that I can make a notice of motion to the Finance and Audit Committee from here. Is that? Nope, can't do it? Okay. Then I make a notice of motion that the Partners in Parks budget be increased to $100,000 for the 2017 budget year. And I'll make that at the next, whatever meeting this is this a cow or a council meeting? It's never that clear.
This is the cow.
Thank you.
Turned into a special open.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, so it is a
So at our next council meeting, which will be next Monday.
No, there's no council meeting next Monday.
Right, it's family day.
Yeah, no,
It's not.
just the 5th Monday of the month. So
Oh, that
there's,
5th Monday.
So
Okay.
February 6th would be the next council meeting.
February 6th.
The regular council meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer?
I'm going to look into the notice of motion because it impacts budget.
That's
So,
what
yeah.
it's intended to
Yeah.
do.
So I'll advise back at our briefing session on the.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. Just quickly, in regards to the 18,000 over that was surplus there this year, and then hearing our Parks Director, Mr. Harding, speak this evening, saying some parks may not be ready in his estimation. Wouldn't it make more sense to see where we are with what's in this budget, and if we got to make an amendment from there and go from there? Just putting that out there instead of being.
This is a notice of
I
motion.
didn't realize I was done.
Yeah, so it's a notice of motion. We're not.
I guess I'm done.
Not making it tonight.
Councillor Pratt.
Just in to carry on what Councillor Yocum was saying, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think some of the impact of our change of committees and everything that happened last year, there was a lot of Parks and Recs meetings that never happened, and that could have had an impact on people coming forward and asking for that funding. I think they would have come in that year, and that would have been provided to them if our committee had been working at that time. So there was a lapse in the committees. There was quite a huge gap in the committees. My guess is that that's part of the problem, but it's only a guess.
Thank you. Ms. Gree.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to suggest that maybe Councillor Brennan would like to have her motion say that the funding be looked into at the Finance and Audit Committee. So on February 6th, maybe her notice of motion is to bring it to the Finance and Audit Committee of February the 8th because it's a budget issue. And therefore, it could be looked at the budget meeting, the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. So in her notice of motion, that will now be a motion or it'll be brought as a notice of motion to maybe go to the Finance and Audit Committee on the 8th. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's...
Was ruled sort of the wrong way to go.
Yeah.
The thing is that I'm interested not in just reviewing the budget, but making a change. My understanding of budget process is that we can change, add to, subtract from, etc. The budget from now until May. That's what we're told all the time. That question gets asked over and over again. Can we change this budget before the final adoption? The answer is always yes, we can. And nobody says yes, you can, but it can only be at this committee. Or yes, you can only if you word your notice of motion this way. Yes, you can, except that you can't. So, I'm just interested in doing this. I think that it was premature to reduce the budget. I'm not sure how many of us noticed that was the case. So whatever way I can get a motion to increase that budget on the floor, that's how I want to do it.
Your Worship, how about instead of a notice of motion, Councillor Brennan just makes a motion to have this issue on the next Finance and Audit Committee meeting, February 8th?
Thank you. That's what I'll do.
February the 8th.
Yep.
Okay.
So can you make that
it so.
motion?
Make it so.
Make it so. I would like the issue of the funding I'd like the issue of additional funding for the Partners in Parks budget to be on the next Finance and Audit Committee meeting.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Discussion. Is that right? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Fuller. Okay, Councillor Fuller, a motion was put on the floor to bring forward the item of increasing the budget back to the original level to the Finance and Audit Committee on February the 8th. For or against? Thank you. So the recorded vote is?
Opposed, Councillor Fuller.
Okay, thank you. That's it. We voted, right? Okay, thank you. Okay. So, any other items arising from delegations? Thank you very much. Question period. Mr. Boland, thank you for being so patient.
A couple of questions. Why, given this discussion you just had, do you not require people to not bushwhack you? You've had at least 2 bushwhacks tonight, and it happens all the time. In people who come forward as delegations but give no report or substance about what they're going to ask you to vote on tonight. It is, I realize that many of you have good hearts and you got good ambitions, but this practice of just allowing people to come in and say, give me something, and not report something, that's clear, but to ask you for some material assistance of any kind is just not what should be happening. Just as with any city report that comes to you recommending expenditures, so too should the organizations that come to you as delegations be required to forward a report for action that can be presented to the public in the agenda and to you before you get here. I ask why you do not initiate something that clarifies this problem, because it's going to continue to happen to you if you don't.
Thank you. I can only speak for myself, but that this has happened since time began and will continue to happen, and we leave it to the discretion of the individual council members to determine how they're going to vote at that particular time.
It doesn't have to happen if you require for any request for material support that a supporting report be provided with it.
I understand that, sir.
That's not an unreasonable request.
No, it's not.
Your Worship?
Thank you. Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Worship. I didn't know I was on. Thank you, Mr. Boland. I was going to point out to him that we are looking at our delegation request form because this has been brought to our attention before that we should get more specific information, especially for requests for money. So that's one thing we're going to be looking at doing is revamping our delegation requests so they have to provide more information so that council has more information on their agenda and can be better prepared.
You have to add as a line that says, are you requesting?
Exactly, yes.
And if so, give us the report.
We'll get on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next question. With regard to the upcoming meeting, we spent a couple of years of a lot of citizens' time and Dave Whitty as leader of that position talking about the South Nanaimo lands. And they have reported, they spent a lot of energy on it. Has this one port place been vetted through that organization, through that group? Yes, no?
No, that committee finished up its work about a year ago.
Yes,
they don't exist anymore, sir.
Yes, they did. But I believe there was, when they ended that, it was if we were going to do something else, that it would come back to them. And I'm just asking if that happened.
No, in actual fact, it was the decision for them to stop their work was because their work was completed, and until such time as they had direction from council to make changes to that, then there's no reason for them to continue.
So
Council has now made a decision on what to do with a certain portion of One Port Drive.
Without direction from that group.
That group doesn't exist, sir.
Anyway, okay. I'm not going to argue with you. On One Port Place, will we be hearing on Wednesday the final wording of the referendum question, which will spell out both the amount of the debt, which is going to be required, and any other ancillary conditions. As you will all recall, when we built this building, there was a referendum. After that referendum, virtually nothing that was contained in the referendum ever happened. And the kind of land transactions that we went through with this property, the hotel.
I think we've got your question, sir. Yes, on Wednesday you will have that referendum question.
The full question
Yes.
will be there. Okay, that's good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so yes, do I understand correctly that the referendum question will be completed or will be presented in full on Wednesday at 5, the 25th? Okay, and that's correct. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Curry, you're still on. Thank you.
Hi, Kevin Shaw, Nanaimo. Has the DNBIA agreed to your gracious city offer to move into this conference center rent-free and having a shared receptionist, shared other things, and getting other savings? Has that happened?
Ms. Sammer.
We have, I think our last communication just forwarded to council was early January, waiting to hear whether or not their board had approved that, and we offered them to be able to move in there as early as February 1st. So we're waiting to hear.
So the answer is no, because that free rent and that $115,000 this council also so graciously offered no doubt gives the DNBIA the $250,000 that you have removed. So they were dead equal. They don't want to move in and share space and save money, I guess. Now, has the 16-year matching grant only been happening in Nanaimo? Anywhere else? Anybody?
Well, I can't corroborate what the previous delegation on the subject had to say when he was standing at the podium. His quote was, "Most communities dropped this system." So I would suspect that while I don't know, he apparently may know that whether or not that practice actually took place. So no would be the
answer there. No other communities.
No, I didn't say that, sir.
No. Okay. Can you refer that to staff then? Ask the city manager if they know.
No, certainly.
All I know is what was in the core services report, and they observed that, well, I don't have the core services report in front of me, but I think they observed that it's unusual for the matching grants to be made.
Based on the snapshot in time.
Whatever the core services communities looked at.
Right, because the core services review and that big 100 pages or more that the DNBIA gave you a month and a half ago was very detailed with all the information and a summary, and so I don't know why we're going now to another look-see. Councillor Brennan, if the DNBIA has done such a great job, why are many residents I speak to afraid to come downtown? Aggressive panhandling, drug selling.
Because there's a great big burned out hole in the center of our downtown.
It happened a long time before that, let me tell you. Okay. Did I hear the BIA correctly, too, that it has cut all of its earth-shattering projects immediately, only leaving its bureaucracy of staff and administration at $250,000? Did I hear that correctly? Anybody? Is that what's left? Just a mid-tier bureaucracy?
So you have to repeat the question. I was distracted.
So did I hear the BIA correctly, and all of you were listening? The BIA, I believe the president, said it had cut right now all of its projects and its programs immediately, which only leaves an administration and staff of that $250,000. That seems like a waste of money for just a mid-tier bureaucracy going to nothing but salaries and administration. Would you agree? Would any of you agree that voted that way? Mr. Hong, Councillor Hong, Councillor Thorpe?
I don't think that the BIA made it clear as to what they were going to do at this particular point in time, other than the fact that their funding had been removed. They may very well have to lay off, and they may be able to reinstate a couple of those projects that they had ongoing.
Okay, well,
but there's no guarantee at this point that they'll get funding to do any of those projects.
Okay, because unlike the BIA president, who has just recently bought property next to the City Hall Annex, my family for 70 years has owned property and paid taxes downtown, including the BIA levy, and we've seen little improvement. So is the BIA approved normally like an election? A vote from one of the 300 plus property owners equals one vote in favor of the BIA. meaning that if you got 50 plus 1% of each property owner, then that would pass the BIA coming into existence. Is that the way it is done?
I don't think this council can help you with the answer to that question, sir. We were not here when the original referendum was done, that the businesses were asked that question. So I know that there's nobody on this council that can answer that question.
Could you refer that to staff for me right now and ask them if the council initiative is used or if it's a straight one property vote in favor is for?
Ms. Sammer.
Anybody know that?
I can't answer that question. I'd have to look it up.
Councillor Hong, you're a property owner.
How it works is property owners get votes. People that actually operate a business also gets a vote in their business license. It's a weighted vote system on the actual amount of property that you own, if I'm not mistaken. I think Port Place Mall has a weighted vote as opposed to Mr. Shaw. Thank you.
So it's not a real vote like when I vote for you councillors, the mayor, or the province or the federal. It's a weighted vote, correct? That's what you said.
And I think it has to be portion of BIA 2s compared to portion of BIA 1s, and then.
So it's not a fair vote. So with the BIA saying that all the 300 plus property owners said yes to it, that wasn't the case because they have to send in a ballot, and if you don't send in that ballot, it gets counted as a yes vote. Correct? Yes.
That's how it did with the first election.
Yes. Okay, so that's not fair. And did council and staff, as I say, not receive this 100 pages? You did back in December, and now you're going back again. The BIA, in its 100 pages, actually, that I've got right here, and I have read that they sent to you in December, it stated its accomplishments. Opened up 3 areas of public space, China Steps, Lois Lane, and the Albert Street Plaza. Were not those
Can we have
around
your
a long
questions,
time
please, sir?
before?
Can we
Pardon
have
me?
your question, please?
Yes, so the DNBIA has been given control by the city of Diana Krall Plaza years ago. Why is it still empty and void of people?
I can't answer that question, sir.
That's what they say they're bringing to town, and I'm not seeing much of it.
Are you a member
now,
of the
Your Worship,
BIA,
and to
sir?
Staff, the last question here.
Sir, are you a member of the BIA?
Yes, I am.
As a member, you should be asking the organization of which you're a member those questions.
Okay, thank you. I definitely will. So, Your Worship, to staff, if you please, have the last several BIA budgets, and they've got the full amount, the $500,000, $250,000 courtesy of the matching funds, $250,000 from the property owners. Have they not listed a deficit the last several years on that? So they have not even been able to make ends meet with the money they have been getting? Question.
Ms. Samra?
I don't have the documents in front of me for their budget, so I don't know if they've been running deficits or not. That wasn't one of the things we looked at. We were inviting them to submit alternative budgets, and if you had your matching funds cut, 100% of them cut, 50% of them cut, 25% of them cut, what would you spend your money on? What would you be doing?
Thank you.
I am talking about, Your Worship, though, I am talking about budgets well before this, well before the core services review and the 25, the 50, and the total 100% of matching funds gone. I'm talking about last year, the year before, because when I look at their financial statements, it comes up deficit each year, and if they can't make money, if they can't make a go of it with the $500,000 they've been getting, and half to 3/4, 300,000 or more goes to wages administration and not much to projects. And I want to clean up the downtown, let me tell you, and you all know this more than anybody. And when I see it not going to projects and not going to services, it makes me mad, it makes me upset, I want to cry at times, and then you
Sir,
get it
where's your
coming up
question,
here
please?
like this.
Your question, please.
The question is,
And
do
with
something
respect
about
to,
it.
just a moment, with respect to the questions you're asking about multiple years back,
Yes.
with respect to the financial statements, there's not a person at this table that has those statements in front of them. So none of us can answer those questions.
Question, why are you not watching then nonprofit groups that you give my tax-paying money to and my BIA tax levy to? The city should be doing that, should they not?
I think what you should do is arrange for an appointment with one of our senior managers, and you can ask all of these very detailed questions, perhaps Director of Finance.
Again, I love the downtown more than any of these people that were sitting here. Okay, but when I see nothing being done, people not coming downtown,
Question,
there's
sir?
a problem.
Question?
Okay, question. Rick Hine and me, about 8 years ago, we set up our own safety and security program downtown.
We can't answer that question tonight, sir.
I'm asking it right now for staff to look into it. We spent our
Why
own
don't
money
you
for
why
a
don't you
month.
arrange, sir? Why don't you arrange for a meeting with staff and ask all of these very detailed questions?
I will. My last thing, another 30 seconds, please. So the bylaw services after a month, Randy Churchill's department says, Kevin and Rick, we're going to fund that because Sabina and Shannon are doing such a great job. Then it was taken away a few years ago and went into the city bylaw department where they hired extra staff.
Great question when you sit down with staff, sir.
We need security back.
Great questions.
We need security back.
Thank you.
Your Worship.
Just a moment. Ms. Curry?
Oh, Your Worship, if you would like to just make a motion to move past 11 to hear Mr. Boland and then adjourn or recess.
We're at 11 already?
Yes, so just if now that Mr. Shaw has done his delegation.
Okay, you're moving a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I will.
Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Boland.
I'm sorry to do this to you. I made reference to something in my previous statement, but I didn't ask the direct question, which is, what assurances do we have the One Port Drive is acceptable to all of the parties involved in that land? Is there a signed document that all parties who may have an interest in the site that we're talking about have signed an agreement so that we will not be back in the position we were in with this building, where we started jumping all over the place for this, that, and the next thing?
Thank you, sir. Ms. Sammer.
Okay, so you've answered the questions previously, but the South Downtown Waterfront visioning project was a visioning project. It didn't actually end with an official plan or a master plan. It was a visioning session where different groups came together and had a vision over city-owned property, Nanaimo Port Authority property, Sanemo property, and privately held property by corporations. So it was all of the land down there, and it was a visioning exercise. At the end of it, the city in 2016 and 17 committed to doing a master plan for One Port Drive, which is the only property that we own, and we own it. So that process will take place in 2017, and so that will bring together the different groups to say, whenever we do our master planning, what do you want to do in that area? So what you were referring was a visioning exercise across multiple landowners and land uses, and SFN has been quite clear that they didn't participate in that process. The city owns One Port Drive entirely and is able to move to development, but is engaging with Sanemu First Nation and continues to engage with them on not only One Port Drive and not only the event center, but other types of development down there. And they've been doing it with the Port Authority, and we've been engaging with the Port Authority on doing that. We're engaging with C-SPAN, and we're engaging with the rail. So all of those moving parts, no matter what we do on their event center or not, requires the city to work and discuss and have dialogues with these other organizations and nations.
Okay, then so that we have full control over the land that we're proposing for the vet center, and we don't need to discuss it with anybody else as per se. However, as this ongoing vision is concerned, yes, we will be consulting. Is that correct or not?
The city owns the land in fee simple.
I just want to clarify that last statement where you said, and we don't have to consult with anybody else. That's not quite correct.
Okay, could you explain why it isn't correct?
It's Nanaimo.
We own that property outright, and nobody else has it.
It's Nanaimo First Nations, sir.
Pardon?
It's Nanaimo First Nations. We must consult with SFN.
We need to engage with Sanemo First Nation. And we've committed under our protocols and other agreements to be engaging with the Port Authority as well.
But we will not have a problem like we have in this building where, sites start flying.
With property owners. Right.
I don't remember what happened here.
Councillor Yoakum.
Yeah, there was a question earlier for Mr. Shaw. I didn't get a chance to ask, and I had the light on. Mr. Shaw, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
As a business owner, as a member in a long-standing family with in the DNB property owner, I heard. Does the property owner have? This is a really ignorant question on my behalf. I apologize. Does the property owner have the option to say, you know what, I don't want really, but I don't want to pay into it. So if you say no.
This is the way it goes, Councillor Yoakum. And I'm sure that lots of councillors here don't know, haven't known in the past how this comes. But every 5 years, as I understand it, the BIA comes to council before its 5-year term, current 5-year term, as Mr. Cooper said, 23 months it expires. They come to you before that and ask if you want to approve. You on council approve a petition of support, which is 1 vote in favor, 1 vote for them, and if they get 50 plus 1%, it's approved for everybody, okay, and it goes. Or they ask for the council initiative, which is the negative billing, a backwards vote, where this is what happens, okay? You get, and I thank you for asking that question, and I'll explain it for you. Property owners get a blank envelope in the mail. So they'll be getting that in another 2 years or so or less. They'll get a blank envelope. No markings on it saying BIA ballot anything. That's why it's been in the past. If you don't throw it in your junk mail and you do by chance open it up, you have got a very certain time limit, few weeks, something like that, to then mark, do you want to approve of the BIA for the next 5 years? If yes, check yes. If no, check no. And then mail it in, put a stamp on it, and mail it into the City Hall Legislative Services Department. Now, if you don't see that, or you don't understand it, you throw it away, or maybe you haven't come back from a holiday, or your child has been sick and you don't open that up, it gets counted. The vote you haven't sent in, that you haven't done, it gets counted as a yes vote. And then there's more to the story than meets the eye. So you can have 30 people send in a yes vote, and the other 300 of us not bother, gets approved. Okay? No election runs like that. That's not fair. That's not democratic. Pardon me? That's what they say. The president said that tonight. Overwhelming support. Okay? Now it goes to part 2. Jerry's weighted vote. So now it comes into assessed value of a property. Port Place Mall, I think it's about 13 million. Mine's a couple of 100,000 or less because of the area, the way it's deteriorated now. So I get probably 1,000th of a vote that Port Place Mall does. It goes on assessed value part 2. And to defeat the BIA, even if we get, let's just say there are 300 property owners, and we get 151 that send in their ballot and say, no, we don't want it. Now it goes to part 2, where we have to represent now the ones that said no. We have to represent more than 50 plus 1% of the total assessed value in the entire BIA. And this is where Port Place Mall, the Coast Bastion, can dupe all of us. And that's the way it's been done in the past, and that's the sleazy way it's gotten through, and that's why property owners are not happy. It is not fair. It is not right. It is legal, yes, but it is not fair. And this council needs to stop that in 23 months and actually, Councillor Yoakum, have a vote in favor. Hey, I'm not even in favor of paying double my BIA tax levy. I want this downtown to improve. Let me tell you, Oscar, I do. But when I see so much money going to wages and administration and doing nothing, and then the hopes saying here we need another couple of years to reach out to our members. You've had since 1988, 29 years. What are you waiting on? The next millennium? This is why I get upset. And why do I get upset? Because I love the downtown.
So just to wrap up, thank you for. I've just didn't you clear. You made it very clear for me. To me, that's problematic when you start segregating or say you're worth more than this and that. Not saying you personally. I'm talking about the vote. And I'd be really disappointed if someone said, "Oh, my house, my humble house, and the waterfront North End home is worth more than mine, obviously." And so that means any election, their vote would be worth more than mine.
Do you know what the manager of Port Place said to us about 6 or 7 years ago when we approached him and said, "Are you happy with the BIA?" He said, "I don't have to be. Whatever group, I don't know if it's Cadillac Fairview or I think it's First Capital owns that. They got money. They don't want to ruffle the feathers for a few $1,000. But it's us little guys that care about it. The other guys are in Toronto. The mall doesn't care. We little guys care because we live here. We're here every day. We talk to people every day, and we want the entire Nanaimo to come downtown and for it to improve. And let me tell you, I have not seen it. And for this council to even approve giving them an inch of more time is wrong. You haven't looked to it. You haven't walked downtown at night. This city has done nothing then about the problems.
Sir.
Any more? Thank you. And Councillor Thorpe, I know you talked with the BIA. It was said you met with them. I offered to you in December. I phoned to meet with you too. I would love to meet with you.
You have a question for Councillor
Yes,
Thorpe?
I would love to meet with you. Can you meet with me before you meet with the BIA? Thank you. I would like to do that. Jerry, I would also like to meet with you, Councillor Hong, too, please.
Yep.
Okay?
We're fine.
Because I know you did a different vote today. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to tell Councillor Yoakum it's called the alternative approval process.
Sir.
At the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Mayor, you gave us an address about decorum and politeness and a whole set of rules. I'm asking whether or not you are now going to stand up to that and chastise Councillor Brennan or reprimand Councillor Brennan when she walked out in the middle of Mr. Shaw's presentation when he was asking her a question. Not polite at all.
I'll take that under advisement, sir. Thank you.
Under advisement.
Yes, sir.
Are you or are you not going to chastise her and reprimand her for her behavior?
I will take that under advisement, sir. You made your wish clear.
Is this the alternate facts that we're hearing about on the radio now and on TV? What do you mean you'll take it under advisement? It's a simple question.
Sir, that's
yes
my
or
decision to
no.
make. Sir, that's my decision to make. Thank you, sir. If there's no further questions, no, we cannot adjourn. We cannot adjourn. Council, it's a little bit of an unusual meeting today. We had a committee of the whole meeting which started at 4:30. We turned it into a special open meeting. If you'll recall, when we came out from our in-camera session, we agreed to reconvene on Wednesday. Because this is one continuous meeting, we have to recess this meeting, and we'll reconvene for the purpose of going in camera to finish that work after our meeting on Wednesday. We've got a meeting scheduled from 5 to however long it takes.
Unless you want to specify reconvene at 4:30 before your 5 o'clock open.
No.
No, okay, after.
No. Thanks. We'll do it afterwards. So recess this meeting until Wednesday. Recess. Seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're in recess.